Good evening and welcome to the November 3rd, 2021 Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. The first item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the attendance.
I can run through that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jones,
Present.
Mr. Lake,
Present.
Mrs. Campins,
Present.
Mr. Mundy,
Present.
Mr. Wolf.
Present. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is the approval of the October 6th, 2021 meeting minutes, which were submitted in your packet. Any discussion amongst the group?
I do have one change. On page 21, on my second statement on that page, it said inaudible at the end. And what I said was has a use variance. So ironically, the building to the west has a use variance.
Mr. Lake, thank you for that change. Any other discussion amongst the group? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as they've been amended.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Monday. For this particular one, we'll just do a public vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Prior to moving on to continuance of the draw requests, is there a motion to allow the use of regular mail for notification for tonight's meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Campins. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 4 on our agenda, which is continuance or withdrawal requests. Are there any members, or I'm sorry, are there any petitioners who are on our agenda tonight who are seeking to withdraw the petition or a continuance to a later date? And is there anyone online who's looking to do so? If you go ahead and promote them. Mr. Wirt, are you there?
Yes, I am. Andy Wirt, land use professional with Churchill and Antrim.
I'm sorry, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Andy Wirt with the law firm of Churchill and Antrim, 2 North 9th Street in Noblesville.
And Mr. Wirt, are you representing the property located at 910 South 800 East?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and I'm sorry, are you looking for a continuance or withdrawal?
We are withdrawing our petition at this time.
Okay.
We received feedback from staff and are still interested in doing something residentially here, but really wanted to come back and relook at our concept plan and then just take another look at this.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Do we need a motion to accept that? Okay. Your petition has been withdrawn from our agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other members, or I'm sorry, are there any other petitioners who are on our agenda tonight seeking a continuance or withdrawal request? Thank you. Moving on to continued business, which brings us to docket 2021-30-DSV for the property located at 355 West Walnut Street. Will the petitioner please come forward? Could you state your name and address for the record?
Jill Cummings, 355 West Walnut Street, Zionsville, Indiana, 46077.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. And we last spoke, as I recall, you're doing a garage renovation or a garage project. And you had a couple things and then we discussed it and I thought you were going to make some changes. Can you articulate those changes that you've made for us tonight?
Yeah, I'll give you a broad overview, and I have various, Dave and Jordan will give the particulars. They are my specialists. We came on October 1st with really a big ask. I'm already well over lot coverage, as you all know, and I came with a big ask for additional lot coverage. We sharpened our pencils and reconsidered that and have shrunk the ask for the garage, the carriage house, considerably. So, we decided to look at it as a problem-solving exercise, and we've come up with, I think, some good options. You all have, I think, a photo as well as the details, but I would like to ask Dave Null. Dave Null is with Case, and he is the project manager, to sort of specify what exactly we are now looking at. Dave?
Yeah, the current project, as you know, has a garage in the property. And what we decided to do, we took a look at, there's an existing concrete approach that's existing to that garage. And so as to try to lessen the impact, we decided to redesign the garage for an expansion to only include that distance. And I'll let Jordan speak on the specific dimensions, but that distance that includes the exact dimension of the current concrete approach, which I believe is somewhere around 6-7 feet.
Yeah, 7.5, actually.
7.5 feet. Okay. And so the redesign of the carriage house to only include an addition that would be the depth of that 7.5 feet. Additionally, we provided in the design, the current garage as it sits has no gutters and downspouts. So the rainwater from the roof structure is just, draining onto the soil without any gutters and downspouts. So our design will include gutters, downspouts that will be tiled into dry wells. And then the two side links of the whole entire garage will have a French drain installed to take any more surface water into those dry wells.
Thank you, Mr. Knoll. Briefly, would you please state your name and address for the record, just so we capture that?
My name is David Knoll, project developer with Case Design Remodeling, 9382 North 300 West in Knightstown is my address.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the petitioner at this point?
May I point out that this proposal includes no additional lot coverage at all. This is the way things stand. Actually, in terms of lot coverage, it's the way things stand right now. In terms of drainage, we are enhancing the situation. In fact, if we may we speak with Jordan Stockler, who is the Stocklin, who is the designer on the project, and he can give us the particular dimensions and why we chose the numbers and the dimensions that we did.
And I'm also interested in hearing how this does not change the overall lot coverage.
I think that was a misstatement.
I agree.
I think it doesn't add any more impervious surface. But the pad in front of the driveway does not count towards
Lot coverage.
lot coverage. The garage would, it just doesn't increase the impervious surface.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. White. Okay.
Right.
I'm sorry. So do you have another person to help?
Yes, Jordan Stocklin, who is the designer,
Okay.
to speak a little
there
bit
he is.
more about the dimensions and just the design of the project.
Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes. Hello, my name is Jordan Stocklin. My address is 360 North Brewer Street in Greenwood. I am also a designer with Case Design Remodeling in Carmel. So yes, as Ms. Cummings has mentioned, we revised the design of the proposed garage addition to only encompass what is already existing as impervious on the lot. So that would be the current garage that is 20 feet by 22 feet, and then an existing concrete apron in front of the garage that extends another 7.5 feet towards the alley. So the revised proposal, the revised drawings that you're seeing in front of you have the garage overall proposed design being 20 feet by 29.5 feet. In combination with the proposed modern drainage solutions that Dave spoke about, just in terms of the character of the project and the building, we feel like the revisions that we've made are much more appropriate in scale to the lot and to the village as a whole. Taking another look at it, we realized that what we were proposing to begin with, which was a 36-foot structure in overall length, was probably too large in scale. And so we feel much better about the scale and the character of this revised proposal. It also, of course, increases the livability of this home on this lot for Ms. Cummings in a way that we feel is very similar to, what others have done in similar homes in the neighborhood, by adding that second floor, creating sort of a carriage house out of this detached garage.
Yeah, Jordan touched on a point I'd like to make. I've lived there a long time now, and I've just maxed out. I have no basement and no attic. So in terms of storage space, I have none really, just a couple clothes closets. So this would make the property a good deal more livable, a bonus room for storage and whatnot. So I feel like it would enhance, it would alleviate a hardship while maintaining character of the village. And at the same time, as Jordan and Dave both said, tying into, a historic looking structure, modern drainage solutions that would make the property actually more drainage friendly than it stands now, a good deal more. Wouldn't you agree, Jordan and Dave?
Absolutely, yes. As Dave mentioned, the garage right now has no gutters, no downspouts. The rainwater that falls on that roof just goes right onto the soil. And I mean, Ms. Cummings knows from living there that, currently when it rains a lot, sometimes there are drainage problems. So I think that, by updating with modern drainage solutions for this proposed project, it's kind of helping twofold. It's helping with the increased size of the garage, but it's also helping with a current problem, which stands as it is today.
Thank you. Let's just walk ourselves through the ask. And I'm specifically referring to the lot coverage, which I think is where we're going to have the most challenge. As I read it in the staff report, you have a total of 2,656. You're currently calculated at 2,656 square feet of lot coverage. Is that correct?
You asking me or staff?
I'm asking you. I want you to validate these numbers for me.
I'll accept them. I don't have,
Okay.
I can't.
You can get a tape measure out?
I didn't get a tape
Okay.
measure out, no.
Staff usually does a good job of that. And you are currently approved back in 2013 for, I believe I just had it in front of me. Someone's faster than I am.
41.9%.
41.9, thank you. And because of that new number, 2,656 square feet, we're going to be at 46.9. Math would tell me that that's a 5% increase of what you're currently approved for. Okay. Have you looked at taking out the pavers? We discussed it briefly last week. Ha! It's been a while.
Actually, 2 months ago, yeah.
Sorry. We discussed briefly when we last spoke. And I know that you like the aesthetic of it. I drove by, it looks nice, but have you looked at taking out the pavers to improve your lot coverage?
I mean, we're looking at all options. It could, the paver size and shape could be shrunken, yes. But it's a math question. We'd have to figure out, how many square feet and so forth, and what the target is. It's on the table, of course.
What other questions do we have for the petitioner?
You described your lack of space as a hardship, and I'm not sure that fits the definition of a hardship. So I would like to hear something more than that to affirm that there is a true hardship here, which is one of the requirements that this board must find.
Well, it's a question of livability. I just want to improve my property, and storage isn't it. Storage is a problem. With no attic and no basement, it's hard to find a place to put things and live, in a reasonable way. Jordan, Dave, you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say is the depth of the garage now, is difficult to be able to access that upstairs attic space and have a true 2-car garage. So allowing the expansion of the depth of the garage by that 7.5 feet will allow us to be able to put in a stairwell, and she will still be able to maintain a functioning 2-car garage. And so I think the current situation as it is, I mean, if you left the garage the depth it is, it's not a full 2-car garage. The stairwell on the inside, just would take up too much space. So, I mean, from one vantage point, I would say that's, again, why we're trying to increase that garage, the bare minimum we can, to kind of satisfy all the requirements and the lot coverage, and compromise and be workable with it, but allow her to have a full 2-car garage with ability to have storage and true functioning space, and more of a carriage house type structure.
So when I was going through this, I know last time I was kind of on the fence about it, and I feel like it's an evaluation of alternatives. So she can go 2 stories on her house, but she's going to create a house that doesn't fit with the scale of the neighborhood, or she can do a 7'6" addition onto the back of her garage and probably keep something that's more in scale with the existing area of the neighborhood. She can pave her entire driveway with concrete and have more technical lot coverage than she has today, and we can't do anything about it. But she's not doing that. She's taking over area that's already paved with impervious surface, and for the driveway, adding pavers that are pervious and doing stormwater she's not required to. So while when I first read this second pass, in my mind I was like, okay, I'm still against this. And then I started looking at what her alternatives are, the things she could do that we don't have a say over, that would probably create more of a problem than this is creating. And I think that she took into account our concerns last time. She made a genuine effort to address stormwater and footprint in the project, and is not making it as bad as she could with the rights that she has today by paving a driveway with concrete. So for me, I feel like it's alternatives. We can deny this and she can come back with something that we like less but have less say over. She can just pave her driveway if she wants, and we can't do anything about that, but that creates more impervious surface. So I'm inclined to feel like she's made the effort, and while she is increasing it well beyond the requirements, she's done it in about the most responsible way you can do it, and probably will end up better off from a stormwater standpoint than she is today, for whatever that's worth.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake, do you have any thoughts on as I look at the backyard, the pavers and the deck. I mean, are we splitting hairs at that point, in your opinion? I don't want to put words in your
I
mouth.
mean, yeah, I think so. I'm a proponent of people being able to adequately use the outdoor area, in their yard. And I know that they get a 2% bump in lot coverage for pavers. While I'm not a fan of the lot coverage having been exceeded in the front by the addition of the pavers without having gone through this body to approve that. We could certainly ask that be decreased if we wanted to, but I feel like overall the project actually creates less of an impact than she's got today. And, is lack of storage a hardship? I mean, she's in a pretty tiny house. And we want to keep that character of the house. So she's finding a way to keep the character of the house and be a little more discreet and put the storage in the back over the garage. Like I said, she could easily come back and ask for a second story addition to the house, which takes it out of scale and out of character with what is there today and the rest of the fabric of the houses adjacent. So,
Yeah, when I typically think about that interpretation of the hardship, you think about a home that was built in 1920 and the closet space is, reflective of that era.
Yeah.
And also the garages were reflective of smaller cars and those types of things. As I read the narrative here, I believe the house, the square foot circa 1996 home. I'm struggling with that maybe a little bit, but
I think the house was built to replicate that era scale wise. And it's a smaller home.
any other discussion amongst the board members at this point, or any questions for the petitioner, I should ask?
No, I'll
No.
just because I got to be me. The other side of the coin is we are, rewarding non-compliance.
Yes, it's like 12% over the allowable percent of lot coverage. And if everybody in the village went 12% over the allowable lot coverage, then we got bigger problems, I think.
But I would argue most of them are because they have paved concrete driveways, which are lot coverage without counting as lot coverage.
Correct. There's a deficiency in the way we are set up to.
And her design responds to that in a positive manner, not an adverse manner.
No, she received a variance for a certain amount of lot coverage and did more based on observing the same rules that everyone else needs to
Correct.
comply
I'm
to.
referring to this portion of the project.
Correct. And I'm referring to the previous
Yes.
portion that didn't get
Correct.
observed. So it's,
Understood.
we were rewarding non-compliance. So, are we back here in 3 years again when the garage just happened to be 4 foot bigger than, they were out there pouring concrete and, well, we had an extra load in the truck, so we just made it bigger.
I'm sure the fine people at Case would prevent that. If there's no further questions for the petitioner, I would open this up for public comment. Is there any members of our public who wish to speak for or against this particular petition? And I will also look to, please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Chelsea Overbeck, and I live at 240 North Main Street in Zionsville. I'm with the Zionsville Historic Preservation Committee, and we're here to support this project. So Ms. Cummings actually reached out to us, I believe, through the planning department, kind of gave her our information to look at her project. One of the things I want to start out with is this is not a historic home. As you said, it was built in 1996, but it is a historic replica built by Bob Randall. He built several historic replicas in Zionsville. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I keep public speaking. Give me a minute, I'll stop shaking.
You're good.
So he built several historic replicas in the village, specifically on Walnut Street. So there's one on First and Walnut that is a Gothic revival. There is one right next to Ingrid's that is a Second Empire home. And then hers is, of course, a Victorian home. So we watch those because they're actually very valuable to the village, even though they aren't technically historic. Bob Randall built these houses by hand. He did a really good job. He paid very close attention to detail. We've had preservationists come to these homes and they were shocked that they weren't historic. So we do watch them just so that they are maintained and preserved. And I think one of the interesting things is, like, they say they don't build them like they used to. Well, Bob Randall did. He built Miss Cummings' home like they used to. They built all that millwork by hand. It's a very special house. So one of the things that we look at when we want to see something in the village be altered is, of course, character, right? That's one thing that is like the most important aspect, is the character. Are we maintaining the character of these homes? And we genuinely believe that Ingrid's project is maintaining the character. It's maintaining scale, right? Her garage that she is building is within character of historic homes. It's a carriage house style that we see all over the village. It's not new. It's not different. It matches the streetscape. I'm going to look at my notes so I don't get. So yes, so character. And the architectural design overall, I think, really is supportive of other houses on the street. And mainly you can't see the garage from the streetscape. That's the other thing we look at, is like, what can we actually see and evaluate from the streetscape? And is it going to be detracting from that? And it's not, it's compatible. We did ask her to scale it back and size it down. That was our main thing from between last meeting and this meeting, is we did talk with her, we talked with Case, and we said, it's too large, it's too big, it's a little bit out of scale and proportion. I think the other thing that I want to talk about is, I'm not really speaking out necessarily in support of her variances. I trust that that's your guys' opinion. I'm just really speaking out in support of the architectural style of her designs and how that fits within the village. But I do want to kind of have a conversation about the purpose of lot coverage. Mr. Lake and I were on the zoning discussions a few weeks ago, I guess a month or two ago now, with McKenna. I think we spent over 30 hours with McKenna talking about how they're going to be changing the zoning. And the one thing we talked about was, what is the purpose of lot coverage, especially in the village? What are we trying to gain from that? And I think the two things that we all perceived as a group, this was a panel of people throughout Zionsville, was that it's character related and it's drainage related. And so I think with these projects, if we are not hurting the character of the village, I'm not necessarily concerned with what that specific number ends up being. I think when we're talking about character and lot coverage, we should be talking about scale. Scale is fundamentally important to lot coverage. 20 or 35% lot coverage looks very different when it's a paver. It looks very different when it's a single story house. It looks very different when it's 35 feet high. Those things need to be considered with lot coverage. And I think in this case, if drainage is being addressed, if we're finding modern ways to implement and help our drainage problems, which do exist, then we shouldn't be punishing people for those things. I'm sure there was more I was going to say, but I get really nervous. I think that's all. I just wanted to point those things out.
Hang on a second, because I want to make sure I understand your perspective.
Yes.
And thank you. I think you did a good job of articulating your thoughts. I think you're aligned with the way Mr. Lake was approaching this, in the fact that, and I think one of the things you said that's important is that not all 35% lot coverage is equal.
Yes.
That is 100% true. As I've looked at the projects that we've reviewed historically, what you approve sometimes on paper is not what you see when you walk down the street. They are very different. So I think that is an important perspective. But your position is that lot coverage, the purpose of lot coverage would be to maintain scale as well as prevent a drainage issue.
Well, the purpose of lot coverage is not to maintain scale, it's to maintain character, right? There's nothing that lot coverage can do specifically to scale outside of lot coverage. I mean, it can't look at the height of something that doesn't affect lot coverage. So I would say the purpose of that, how we are using lot coverage, is to maintain character. So we are saying we don't want houses in the village to be more than 35% because we have decided that is a character defining element. I think that's actually stated in the intent of our zoning for the village.
Okay, so with that thought, walk me through. I know that you filed a letter of remonstration against 245 North Main Street.
Well,
which
that's
was
my old house, so I think you mean 145 North
That's
Main
right.
Street. I don't think it remonstrated.
You live at 245. Yeah, you live at 245 North Main Street. You
I
said
used
that
to, I
earlier.
live at 240, but that is
Okay.
confusing. I don't.
Yes. And that one, I think I know what your answer is going to be, but that one had a smaller lot coverage.
Yeah.
And of course, we have no ability to protect the demolition of the home. That's not something we have the purview of. We couldn't do anything about that. So this one has a larger lot coverage ask, and you're supportive of it, but that one you were not. And can you articulate why? I think I know where you're going. but I
Most
just wanna hear
certainly.
it.
No, I'm happy. I genuinely knew you were going to bring this up. You bring it up a lot, so I was prepared for this one. I think that it is first important to understand that that was new construction. And I think new construction is something very different than an existing home. So with new construction, you have a goal that you have the opportunity to build something towards our existing zoning, right? You have a completely blank lot. Usually there's not even a single tree stopping you from putting your structure there. They clear these lots out. An existing home, like another one we're going to see here today, are already not compliant with our current zoning. There are many houses in the village that are not at 35% lot coverage. They were never built that way. They have been non-compliant since the day they were built. Those are different problems. So lot coverage in that case isn't the same issue, having the same problem. That one was really scale-based for me personally. It wasn't that I was opposed to their lot coverage. I was opposed to the overall scale of their entire property, especially for where that lot sit, which I think is really valuable to look at. I think you need to be paying attention to the houses around you in the village, because this isn't a subdivision that was built at the exact same time where every single lot is the same size and every house was built by the same builder. That subdivision was Oliver's addition, built in the 1900s, as where Ingrid's subdivision is Cross's fourth edition, built in the early 1800s. They're different parts of town that were built at different times. So they behave differently. They're different in every way I can think of. So in that case, that was a 3-story house with a 3rd floor roof deck. It had a front garage for a golf cart, I believe, which I thought was odd and not fitting with the village. I've never seen one of those before. So there were fundamental scale issues with that, which are really jarring to our streetscape when we don't see them in other places. It wasn't that I was against their project, their variance, their 42% lot. I have no idea what the lot coverage
It
is.
was close to that.
42% lot coverage. I was against the fact that the scale of their property didn't make any sense with their 2 single-story neighbors right next door to them. It didn't make sense with the streetscape to have a 3rd floor roof deck when we don't see that in other places of the village. It didn't make sense to have a golf cart entrance on front of your house on Main Street. That's a safety issue. So there were lots of things. I hope I answered that completely.
I think you did. Any other questions for the remonstrator? Thank you, Ms. Overbeck.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any other members of our public who would like to follow that act? Is there anyone online? May we have the staff report?
Yes, so again, we saw this petition back in September. I think it was the direction of the board to work and find a reduce of lot coverage in that scenario. Also talk to have discussions with the stormwater department. So the previous lot coverage would have been 49.2, and with the reduced detached garage, which is appreciated, it's 46.9%. There, I did note the conversation that we had received from the stormwater department and put that in the staff report. Because you all brought it up, I had noted that if the pervious pavers were to be taken out in the front, which were not permitted, the lot coverage would be 42.89%. So with all that said, with what Ms. Cummings is currently proposing at the 46.9%, staff is still recommending an unfavorable recommendation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Yeah, on your last calculation, taking out all the pavers, did you leave enough pavers for a sidewalk from the public right-of-way sidewalk to her house?
Yeah, because when I did it initially, I took out the sidewalk. So yeah, I deducted the sidewalk initially, so I didn't take that out.
Okay, thank you.
Good clarification. Any other questions for staff? Discussions amongst the group? Mr. Lake, I'm still contemplating your thoughts on scale. And Ms. Overbeck's comments about scale and the fact that it's consistent with the area. It was built in 1996. I mean, I was doing stuff in 1996. That's not historic. Like that's a modern home. I mean, not a modern home, but
No, but if she were to come back and put a second story on the house to get more storage, it's not going to look in character with the street, with the other houses, with the scale for that style of architecture. And she has every right to do that. And while that doesn't hurt her lot coverage, it has other detrimental effects. Whereas adding 7.5 foot onto the back of her garage where she's already got pavement or concrete today doesn't increase the impervious surface at all. She could easily take that project and, we could tell her to take out the pavers in the front with the non-conforming. And she could say, sure, great. Now I'm going to put in a concrete driveway, and we've shot ourselves in the foot. We're no better off than we are today. So I think I'm not happy with the non-conforming, non-approved condition in the front, and would certainly, support some reduction in that. But I do feel like she's made every effort to create a project that gives herself the storage that she needs while keeping with the character and scale of the neighborhood and doing everything she can to continue to reduce the stormwater impact.
with that frame of reference, what do you think her current hardship is?
Just simply having.
I'm putting you on the spot. I apologize.
Yeah, no, simply having enough space. I mean, you need a certain amount of space, depending on who you are and your lifestyle for your house to be livable, for your property to be livable. And that's different for every person. And I know it's a stretch on a hardship, but that house was built in a style that typically didn't have a lot of storage, that is smaller in scale. And to her point of not having a basement or an attic, I go back to, I'd rather her do this than add a second story. So if storage is a hardship in her mind, she has two options. I'd rather it be this option than adding a second story to the house.
Thank you. Any other thoughts from the board members? The problem is when you look at the petition, you see the number. It's a large number. And we don't have a line in the sand. We treat each individual of these petitions uniquely. And I think we've discussed scale, and I think that's important always with these projects. And sometimes scale isn't represented by a lot coverage number, and I agree with that 100%. It's something I've learned over the past several years. But when you look at the ask, it's a large number.
Yeah, and I know we allow that 2% increase for pervious pavers, but I mean, a large portion of her coverage does come from pervious materials that do allow for certainly not as much drainage as a seeded yard would, but certainly a lot more than a solid concrete or pavement alternative would.
Yeah, agreed.
I guess if we were looking for one sort of way to help move this to the positive, a substantial portion of, or not a substantial, but a portion of her lot coverage is also based on a wood deck, which we count as being impervious, which
It's not.
it's not. It's probably even less pervious than a pervious paver. But, we've got fundamentally an imperfect set of rules. I'm sure Wayne is down there working on crafting the absolute finest set of documents that will clearly outline every one of these issues we are talking about tonight. Thank you so much, Wayne, for your time. But I think it is worth noting, because that is one of the issues that we've seen before. And we could probably take into consideration the amount of, roofed hard surface on this property would, if that was standalone, keep it under the 35%. And what is putting them over is outside pervious pavers, decks, etc., which is not the same as being confronted with, enclosed roofed structures, because the nature of any kind of roof structure is it then directs all its water to a certain point, i.e. the gutter, the roof, down the street.
I think too, with the drainage they've done, most of the water coming off that, the garage, unless you had a, 4-inch an hour rain, which you're gonna have drainage problems regardless of, unless you're Noah. But, that I think takes some of that pressure off the stormwater on that site. I mean, we should support creative stormwater alternatives.
Good conversation. Any other comments? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
So I will make a motion. I move that docket number 2021-30-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for an increase of lot coverage, a reduced front, side, and aggregate side yard setback, and an increase of the maximum accessory square footage to provide for an addition to an existing detached garage for an existing pervious paver patio, which exceeds the required lot coverage to 46.9%. And 2, deviates from the required front yard setback to 4 feet 8 inches, side setback to 2 foot 4 inches, and aggregate side yard setback to 9 foot 4 inches. And 3, deviates from the maximum accessory square footage of 400 square feet in the urban residential village district, RV property located at 355 West Walnut Street, be approved with a 25% reduction in the non-compliant pavers at the front of the house. And based upon the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plan and concept elevations in the original filing.
I'd second that.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Let's do a roll call vote. Sorry, I'm looking this way. I'm
No,
looking that
certainly
way.
happy to do that. Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Campins,
Aye.
Mr. Lake,
Aye.
Mr. Mundy,
Aye.
Mr. Wolf.
Nay. Motion passes. Ms. Campins, good luck with your project.
Not Ms. Camp.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Cummins. It's a long night. Ms. Cummins, good luck with your project. Next item on our agenda is docket number 2021-31-DSV for the property located at 10901 East 300 South. With the petitioner's representative, please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name for the record is Matt Price. I'm with the Denton's Law Firm in Indianapolis with a street address of 10 West Market Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46204. With representatives of Pulte Homes this evening, Dave Compton and Robin Crawford. 3 of us are available to answer any questions that you have. Joe has pulled up our PowerPoint. Before I go into the PowerPoint, I do have a couple of sets of handouts that I would like to hand out to you that I think will be easier to read and kind of follow as I walk through the presentation that has some somewhat arcane elements to it.
Certainly, Mr. Price.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You want me to do that, Matt? You want me to do that? Since that's the-
Nope.
Thank you, Mr. Chad. Just to kind of frame the matter where it is procedurally in the process. This is part of the Appaloosa Crossing project at County Road 300 and Michigan Road in the southeast quadrant that you see under development today. The proposal is for a townhome community, and it was initially heard by the Plan Commission back in August of this late summer, early fall. It was continued at that time, and then as part of the continuance, the Plan Commission formed a special study committee comprised of 3 members who have met twice to review proposed revisions to the submittal. And those revisions were filed with the town this Monday, October 25, and the matter is set to be reheard on November 15th. In the interim, we had this pending variance relating to certain landscaping variance requests, which I'll go through in detail. But one of the things I wanted to highlight as far as leading up to that, to those variances and how we've dealt with those in the interim, is that part of the change to our proposal through the special study committee was to provide for all of the interior units of the development to be alley loaded or rear loaded product. And so that's done a couple of things for us in terms of, I think, enhancing our overall landscaping treatments for the project, including being able to add sidewalks back into the interior portion of the development and to add back in street trees for those interior units. What we had done originally was propose to take the street trees that were otherwise required by the subdivision control ordinance and redistribute them throughout the project as a way of accounting for all those trees, but having them in different places than along the street contours. What we've done now is say, and that was 127 trees. What we've done now is been able to add back in 74 street trees, but at the same time, we're going to keep those 127 that we previously committed to and redistribute those throughout the project. And so that kind of leads us to where we are today. So with that, Joe, if you'll go to the first slide. One of the things that the staff report makes mention of is that one of the complexities of this proposal is that the project area, which is outlined in black there, is split between 2 zoning districts where it's predominantly general business in the north and professional business towards the south. And then to our east is the Willow Glen subdivision, which is R2. To the south, we have R2. And then we have the exterior portions of the commercial project, of which this is a part, that are zone GB and PB, respectively, north and south. And what that does is it adds a certain amount of complexity because each one of those adjacent zoning districts results in a different buffer yard class. So to kind of take you around the horn, if you go to the next exhibit, I'll start kind of in the north, and then I'll move clockwise south along the eastern perimeter and then back up around to the northwest corner. But starting in the very north, that's the portion of the project that is both zone general business and adjacent to property that is zone general business. And that requires a buffer yard A, which is in shorthand is a 5-foot buffer yard plus 6 trees, or excuse me, plus 2 trees per linear foot. And with regard to the area immediately north, we have a compliant buffer yard. We meet the width requirement, and we actually exceed the tree plantings. We have 3 trees per 100 linear feet. And so we're 100% compliant there. As we move to the east, kind of around the horn where you see the water feature along the eastern perimeter, north of that green line, which is the demarcation between general business and professional business, in that buffer area, we have buffer yard G, which if you look on the kind of the second page of this handout, the requirement is for a buffer yard ranging from 15 feet to 40 feet. And we have one that ranges from 50 feet to 200 feet as you move from south to north along that that common boundary. So we're good on buffer yard width. We're also good with regard to trees, but we arrive at a tree planting in this way, which is we're proposing to plant 6 trees per 100 linear feet, where which would exceed the requirement for that buffer yard. And the way we've done that is we've met with the neighbors along our common boundary and walked their existing tree line and identified trees that would be preserved, trees that would be removed and replaced, and then trees that we would plant additionally to fill in gaps. And that's the way we arrive at the 6 trees per, at least 6 trees per 100 linear feet. Where we have a little bit of a difference between what we're proposing and what the ordinance requires for that area is that there is a requirement for what I'll call shrubbery for a buffer yard that's 40 feet. And we're wider than that, at least 50 along that entire area. But we've chosen to go with a landscaping treatment that's consistent with that existing tree line rather than introducing shrubs in that vicinity. And we've shared this plan with the neighbors and gotten some initial feedback on it to date, which we can certainly discuss. As we move kind of along the perimeter of the property, the next area is also a buffer yard area A. Here we're confronting a little different issue, which is that we meet the minimum planning requirement. We, however, do not have the 5 foot buffer yard width requirement, and that's because that detention facility that's located immediately south of our parcel makes that not possible. So what we've done or proposed to do in lieu of that is to locate trees either on the townhome lots themselves or in the common area that you see in the southwest corner there to keep it on the property that is part of the development itself. As you move around to the west side of the project and extend back north again, we're in buffer yard area C. And for that buffer yard, we have a wider buffer yard than required and also have more trees than required. Moving up further north, north of the kind of the entryway, the southern entryway, is buffer yard B, where we likewise exceed the buffer yard width and plantings. And then we arrive kind of in the final place, which is buffer yard A again, in the northwest corner of the project, where again, what we're proposing to do is meet the minimum planting requirement, but locate those trees actually within that common area where the detention facility is located. And so that's how we've attempted to address the various buffer yard requirements that this property presents for us. Again, I think one of the things that has made our ability to enhance this landscaping package has been the conversion, if you will, of the interior units to rear loading, while maintaining the offer that was originally made to redistribute otherwise required street trees around the perimeter of the property. Our request this evening is to have our landscape plan approved as presented, so that the total landscape plan would permit the landscaping that you see on our colored exhibit and as submitted to the town. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions that you have and appreciate your attention tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. What questions do we have for the petitioner?
Is the tree line that is on the east side of this property, is that a tree line which has just been whatever sprung up, or are those planted trees from the community right to immediately to its east?
I think it's predominantly That's what I was going to say. It's predominantly sprung up.
Volunteers.
A lot of volunteers and some historic, kind of what you'd see along a farm boundary line where
Fence line stuff.
Yeah.
fence line type stuff. Part of what we're offering to do, which has been well received, is to clean that area up. In addition to the new plantings and the preservation of things that are worth preserving, we're also taking out the old farm fence and taking out the underbrush associated with it.
There are some trees that would be saved though and
Yes.
kept as part of that.
Very, 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 very much so. We weren't able to get everyone out there, but we have walked the property and done basically a tree inventory with the individual homeowners to identify the trees that they wanted to have preserved.
I will say it's not a question, but we do appreciate your team's willingness to sit down with, in particular, myself and Larry from the Plan Commission side to review this property. And so it was, the process was very well done, and thank you for your guys' participation.
We appreciate the opportunity.
So what was the original lot count for the previous one? I pulled it up over here, but I just,
Yeah, the original lot count was for 121, and this process resulted in the elimination of 8 units.
so it's not 125, it's 113?
113, that's right.
Okay. And then primarily what we're needing out of this group is just the variance for the landscaping portion.
Yeah, buffer yard requirements.
Yeah. Because obviously, yeah, it's a much improved plan from what we see. It's a little more bearable. And the only 2 comments I've got is one, just is there any potential to maybe add a little more parking in the south end of this, common parking? I know you're probably providing that open area for a little bit of landscaping down through there, but and then it's just a minor one, I've seen units like this develop, and sometimes when you have those rear loaded garages off that kind of alley piece, it might be just beneficial to combine all those single drives into paved areas for both just drainage and function. I mean, I've got friends that live in these type of projects, and the way people approach their garage is a lot different than the way they walk up to the front door. And anytime you put a little strip of grass out there, it's going to be tough to keep it functional, but that's pretty minor. And I don't even know if that falls under anything we'd even consider.
Sounds like a planning
Yeah,
commission
Planning
problem.
Commission.
Yeah, jumping back and forth.
Any other questions for the petitioner's representative at this point? If not, are there any members of our public who wish to speak for or against this particular project? Seeing none, can we have the staff report?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Price did a good job of summarizing the request. There are a couple of items that I'd like to just reemphasize and maybe elaborate on a little bit. First of all, the status of the project. As Mr. Jones just noted, what's before you tonight is variance regarding the buffer yard landscaping, but the overall project is scheduled to go before the Plan Commission later this month for approval of primary plat and also the development plan. Regarding tonight's variance request for the buffer yards, much of this, or at least the genesis of this, is mainly dictated by the split zoning of these 18 acres, with GB being on the north portion of the property and people being on the south, and then different zoning districts surrounding that. Each time those borders are created, a different buffer yard requirement is established. And so staff is viewing this as an effort from the petitioner to somewhat have a coordinated buffer yard scheme around the development, rather than different levels from this section of the border to that section and so on. One of the questions that I went through and researched is we have the information as to what level of buffer yard would be required at this section or here, such as levels A, B, C, D, and one level G. So I was curious as to, okay, from what is being proposed, what level is being proposed? Kind of to compare, and I went through and did the analysis on the 100-foot linear segments. I focused primarily on the western edge of the development, as that will be the more public side. Granted, there's a very public side on the eastern edge, but they have already gone through and worked with the neighbors on the east to see what would be planted there. So that's why I did focus on the western element. And along the western edge of this development, most of the segments, and I'm speaking only as it relates to trees, because some of the segments would also require, as Mr. Price stated, some would require shrubs, and except for the entry locations into the development, there are no shrubs proposed. So in only speaking of trees, most of the segments, again, trying to find out, is it a level A, B, C, D, or E, or whatever? Most of them measure out to Ds or Es. And that's mainly accounted by the relocation of the interior street trees that have been, that supplement the perimeter buffer yards. So going through all that, summarize it as staff is in support of the proposed request. And I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Just a note for the public, when you state that those are at a level D or E, that is better than the A.
Yes,
So
that is
it's
correct.
Yeah, so
Yes,
your
that-
scale, the B is better than A, C is better than B.
Yes, sir.
Fifth graders trying to convince me of the same thing.
I'm just, yeah. I just want to make sure that's clear to the public.
Any questions for staff? Thank you for the report. Any discussion amongst the group? Otherwise, I will entertain a motion.
I move that docket number 2021-31-DSV, variance number 2, a development standard variance petition to modify and or replace the required internal and perimeter buffer yards be approved as described in the project narrative and depicted on the landscape plans filed in docket number 2021-31-DSV.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I heard Mr. Legg. Thank you. Let's do a roll call vote.
Certainly, Mrs. Campins,
Aye.
Mr. Lake,
Aye.
Mr. Mundy,
Aye.
Mr. Wolf,
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Price. Next on our agenda is docket 2021-35 DSV for the property located at 415 North. I should have reminded you, I apologize. We do need to pass those findings. Thank you. North 1100 East. Will the petitioner please come forward and state your name and address for the record? Petitioner's representative.
Thank you. Mr. President, Mike Andrioli, 1393 West Oak Street. I'm here representing Mr. Bristol, who is here with us tonight to hopefully answer any questions and participate to whatever extent he's required in the proceedings. We have filed with the town an application for a 3-lot minor residential plat. In addition, in front of you tonight were a request for a special exception. This is this property totals 76.75 acres plus or minus. Mr. Bristol currently lives on the southern part of the particular property. The proposed minor plat and additional lots will be on the north part of the property. Given the fact this is an agricultural zone, he is required to request a special exception to locate single-family residential homes in the ag district. But as I mentioned, it should be significant to the board that his existing residential home was, I think, built in 2008. He's occupied it subsequent to that by a year or two. And that home currently exists with the particular cut onto County Road 1100 that we'll outline here in a second. So essentially, we requested a variance for 3-to-1 lot ratio. That has been withdrawn. As we mentioned to you before, Roger was kind enough to give me time to meet with you regarding that particular request. And in consultation with my client and the purported owners of these particular lots, if approved, we were able to go ahead and adjust that lot line so it'll eliminate that 3-to-1 request. So that that has officially been withdrawn by letter to the to staff. The other variance has to do with the particular cut that comes in off of 1100. And I gave you, and in front of you, you have essentially a minor version of the flat. And I think I've outlined for you in yellow where this road is going to be. If you go to County Road 1100 on the exhibit that I prepared for you, and you take the yellow line essentially to the east, that is the, at least to the property line, that is a 36-foot easement. Road requirements require 45 feet. So we need a reduction from 45 to 36 feet to be able to go ahead and utilize that entrance in order to serve these particular lots. It's also significant, this isn't a lot split. This is a minor residential plot, which in effect splits the lots, but and provides for lots, but it's not the same as a lot split. It's actually a minor residential plat, which will have a common entrance to be able to serve these particular lots. Nevertheless, we only have 36 foot of width. Your road frontage requirements require 45. So we're asking for a variance in order to be able to utilize that existing cut, which has been there for many, many years and is currently utilized by Mr. Bristol. And I don't think you have it on this particular residential plat exhibit. You had site plans attached to your packet that shows that when the Mr. Bristol accesses from 1100 and goes east, when he hits his property line, his drive continues all the way to the south for 400 or 500 feet as his residential home is down in that particular area. Let me tell you why we need a variance to be able to go ahead and utilize that in addition to the fact that it's not 45 feet, and why it's a hardship for us. I've met with the state highway with regard to whether we can get a cut off of State Road 32. You should know that there is an old cut that was approved off of State Road 32. There's an old historic barn that is on the property south of Finley Creek. It doesn't show on the particular document that you have there, but it is south of Finley Creek. And it has a road cut that was, I think, approved so many years ago. I couldn't tell you. I did have an opportunity to talk to Mrs. Armstrong, who is a neighbor immediately to the east, who grew up on the property. So she remembers the barn and she remembers the fact that there was a road cut off of State Road 32 to be able to access the barn. They were not particularly enthusiastic about any additional expansions of that cut on the 32 for any residential development, with the speeds in the area and the projection as far as additional development in the area. That is certainly not their preference, and I got strong negative reactions to any potential to access off of State Road 32. And quite frankly, it makes sense. With the traffic that's on that road now, and the fact that we have a collateral access that's worked well for years, it would make sense not to have to go back to them and try to get additional cuts or an expansion of that cut off of State Road 32. Just as important, and perhaps more importantly, is I had an opportunity to meet with the county surveyor with regard to Finley Creek. It is going to be virtually impossible from a cost standpoint or even a practicality standpoint to try to put a bridge sufficient to hold emergency vehicles, to hold any kind of vehicle at all over Finley Creek. That is one of our biggest watersheds. In order to put a bridge over Finley Creek, it's not only the length of the bridge itself, but it would have to be built up, because what they will not allow is that water to hit the bridge and then back up further to the north. So Finley Creek imposes a topographical feature to this particular property. And as you see, it comes all the way down the east side of the property line and then cuts across to the south. Mr. Bristol's home's to the north of Finley Creek. That old barn is to the south. There is an old, it's more like a pedestrian bridge, but there is an old bridge that he can get to the barn from his property, but not with any vehicles or anything of any heaviness at all. So in order to do this correctly, I did not get any port in the storm from Mr. Hedge as to whether they will allow that type of structure over Finley Creek. So it really provides an impossibility for him to be able to access the balance of his ground off of State Road 32 and in particular over Finley Creek. So in essence, the cut that we have now has been working fine. Mr. Bristol's lived on the property since 2008 or 9. No particular problems or difficulties. He has offered, and we will deal with this at the plating standpoint. If the town fire department wants that paved, he will go ahead and agree to pave that particular road, not his drive, but that particular road as it goes back to the other 2 lots that he purports to sell, which would enhance that particular property, provide some additional safety perhaps for the fire and ambulance to be able to get back to those particular lots. We've not heard any comments yet from fire. We've not gone to plating yet. So we expect that depending on what you folks do, we'll get some response from them as to whether they think that would be necessary. If he thinks it's necessary, we'll make a commitment at time of plating in order to go ahead and get that done. While we tried to work with staff with regard to the issue with as it relates to a 3-to-1 lot ratio, and we're successful in being able to work through that and have that withdrawn, we really have no other alternative with regard to the other variants we were requesting in order to do this minor plat. One of the things that I didn't understand, and I'm still not sure that I understand, is that staff had indicated that in staff recommendation, a removal of the required 45-foot frontage for lots 1, 2, and 3 of the proposed Bristol minor subdivision. We're not seeking a removal, we're seeking a reduction. We already have 36 feet coming from County Road 1100. So I'm not, and maybe that's just parsing words. I didn't talk with Roger about that. That may be parsing words, but we're not seeking removal of that. We're seeking a reduction from the 45 feet to the 36 feet to be able to go ahead and access 2 additional lots for that cut that's been in existence for many, many years off that easement. Thank you. Be happy to answer any questions.
So in your mind, this is an existing non-conforming condition?
Pardon me?
In your mind, this is an existing non-conforming condition?
Well,
because it's existing, it doesn't meet the 45.
No, they were issued a building permit. That house was built in 2008. It was issued by the county with that cut
Okay.
Permissible. So
Okay.
I don't know what happened then. I'm not sure Roger does either. I don't think either of us were delved into it too deeply. And Mr. Bristol did not own the house, did not build the house originally. It was built and then he bought it. But that was that building permit was issued to the county to be able to go ahead and access that with that through that cut and that driveway. So all we're asking is to be able to go to have minor plat access in the same area and serve the additional 2 lots and 2 lots only. I must tell you, Mr. Bristol's been approached by a number of people regarding that particular property in terms of trying to develop it, buy it for development. He has a lifelong friend and a family member going to take the 2 lots. So he's resisted that over the years in order to go ahead and maintain his estate there and have the 2 additional homes from family and friend up on the northern part. And it's a beautiful piece of ground. Thank you.
Is there an existing bridge across Finley Creek?
I think Mr. Andreoli described it as a pedestrian bridge or dilapidated.
So there is an existing bridge across Finley Creek, an existing bridge across Finley Creek that between the.
Like a footbridge. It's not an existing bridge that you can utilize for any reason.
Was it ever a vehicle bridge?
Pardon me?
Was it ever capable of carrying a vehicle?
Well, no, I don't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that. It never was.
We record these things because we love to watch the video.
I guess as they cross actually down the creek and the water's.
If you would state your name and address.
It's Adam Bristol, and it's 415 North 1100 East, Zionsville, Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Bristol. And I think the question is about the bridge that's there.
So it's more of like the old owner had built up, it looked like they had built up something to drive over, and most of the year there's water that goes over it. So it's not really something that, I mean, I guess if you had a large truck, you could probably go over it a good amount of time. But it's not something that I like to use on a regular basis, just because there's constantly water going over it, and it just isn't something that I would view as safe. A lot of times we'll get calls from delivery people that'll be like, "There's water coming over your street. I can't get to the property." And I was like, "Well, the entrance is actually off of 1100." So,
And when I talked to Mr. Hedge about it, he was familiar with it. He had been out there for other reasons with regard to Finley Creek, unrelated to what we were requesting. And he did indicate that the new structure would have to be put. You couldn't even use that. It would have to be a new structure with regard to the existing flood elevations and everything else with regard to Finley Creek. I'd worked with him before in the past trying to afford one of our larger watersheds with regard to a relocation for Perry Industrial Park, and it was an extremely expensive and difficult proposition. And that case, we were able to do it because we actually reconstructed part of the watershed to be able to make it more amenable. In this case, we really don't have that alternative or option.
What I'm going after is just to make sure I understand. The original 76-acre parcel has a curb cut off of 32. Whether or not it's satisfactory to get back to the existing house doesn't really matter. It sounds like for convenience, there's an easement that he's able to access the property over to 1100, but because of that one does not comply with the 45-foot width, doesn't really matter, and it's not anything that can be grandfathered in my mind. They have access to 32. If they choose not to improve a bridge across the creek, that is their choice, regardless of cost. Don't care about cost. Cost does not.
Well, I guess it gets to the issue of hardship that you discussed a couple of petitions ago. I think this truly is a hardship because it's prohibitive to try to put a bridge across Finley Creek for 2 additional houses. It's just absolutely prohibitive. And I'm not even sure we can do it, quite frankly.
The lot is still perfectly suitable as a agricultural piece of ground. It's only their desire to improve it that is causing the hardship.
Would it make any difference to you if we were able to talk to Mr. Hedge and indicate whether he'd even approve such a structure across Finley Creek? I mean, I'd be happy to go ahead and do that if that's a concern that the board has. That certainly was one of the concerns that was raised to me.
Well, then the second point is you're going to need to actually construct a road back to the lots.
Pardon me?
Construct a road to the lots. If you're adding new lots to the property, you need to construct a road to access them.
Yes.
So if you want to come with a proposal to put a proper bridge and.
So what I'm hearing is, if you want to put 2 additional homes, you need to try to get additional roadway cut on State Road 32 where they don't want one. You have to put a bridge over Finley Creek that may be either unreasonable or prohibited. And we already have a driveway cut for the one house that we've used since 2009 with no significant problems or difficulties.
That's a driveway cut, not a road back to the new lots.
I'm sorry?
It's a driveway cut.
No, it accesses 1100.
Okay.
Let me see if I can answer that. When you talk about road frontage, you can talk about streets. Here's your ordinance. Any public or private right-of-way. Public or private right-of-way, with the exception of alleys essentially open to the sky and open dedicated for the purpose. And when you go down to private street, a privately held right-of-way with the exception of alleys essentially open to the sky and open to the general public for the purpose of vehicular and pedestrian traffic afforded access to abutting properties, which we're doing. Whether referred to as a street, easement, road, expressway, aerial thoroughfare. So I'm not trying to evade your question, your concern, Ms. Jones. I'm not quite understanding if it's, we have a cut now. It's a private easement. It's a road by your definition in your ordinances. We're just seeking a variance from 45 feet down to 36 feet in order to be able to go ahead and use it. Because if we're starting something new, we've got to abide by your road ordinance, and it's 45 feet. I guess I apologize. I'm not quite understanding where you're going with it, and I'll be happy to.
I guess
try to do better.
the challenge I have is, we see all these projects that have come through Boone County in the past before they were absorbed by us. And those conditions, because they were approved at one point in time, generally show up as a variance request with the comment that it's existing, it was approved by somebody else. So they want to do this other thing. We just need as a formality to approve this variance because it's an existing non-conforming condition. Why is that not the case here? From a staff perspective.
So you're asking staff?
Yes. Why is that not the case here? It exists today. It was approved when it was put in.
From staff's point of view, one of the differences though is that we have, in this specific case, we do have almost 1,200 feet of frontage along State Road 32. I understand that there may be reasons why that's not desired or preferred, but the ordinance, we as staff were required to follow what the ordinance says. And in the cases that you were mentioning, many times there is not going to be frontage available. In this case, there is.
I mean, I guess where I'm going is, I could see if this was a landlocked lot, I guess if this were a parcel that were being carved off from another lot that had none of its own access and needed access originally, this project required new access that we would require then that it be 45 feet, but that drive already exists. So why would we say, we want you basically to abandon your existing drive and put in a new drive?
Well, because we're changing it from a driveway to a street that needs to access more than one residential lot.
I get that.
So then if you're going
Doesn't seem
to,
logical to me.
well, I'm assuming we've got minimum street design requirements that a driveway won't meet. And we do it for general public safety of being able to get vehicles back and forth.
So a shared private drive. This doesn't fall under a shared private drive scenario. It falls under a road scenario. And those two are distinctly different. And I see tons of shared private drives around Zionsville that are 12-foot wide paved roads.
But the drive is 12-foot wide, but its access to the public street is 45 feet or greater.
I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might also suggest, we've done a number of these in the past, not to say that that's necessarily significant on any decisions that you make here tonight. It's simply not. There's no precedential value to that. But for instance, off of Hunt Club Road, over where Jim Leffel lives, there's a private drive that goes to the south off of that road. Just once you make the dip down and you're coming back up, there's a private drive that serves a number of houses back there. There must be 7 or 8 houses. They're all off that private drive. That was all permitted. It was all approved. All building permits were issued for all of those homes back there. So it's not anything that is unusual or difficult. That road may not meet the 45 feet. We were given approval for that, or it may, depending on the lane that goes back there. So that may not have needed a variance, but it was approved from the standpoint of having a private road that served all of those properties, because your ordinance talks about private road being a street.
So what drives the 45 foot in a scenario like that? Is that a life safety thing? I mean, if the road's only 12 foot, if the paved section is only 12 foot wide, either way, why the 45? Because a fire truck can't drive off in the grass, likely would sink in. So why is 36 foot in this case not appropriate? Other than the ordinance says 45, because that's not a good answer in my book.
You're asking for essentially what I would consider an engineering response. This is the rationale or reasoning behind that width, and I don't have that.
Okay.
So
I mean, as you look at any of these shared drives, even the one Mr. Andrioli is referring to, say that has 200 foot of frontage. The width of the drive where it intersects the road, with its curves, and the drive itself is probably no different in size than it is here. So the extra green space serves what benefit that we can't reduce it by 9 foot to allow an existing drive to stay. The other thing we're doing is we're adding more impervious surface by adding a second drive.
Well, I mean, I think we can, right? That's why we're here. We can. The rule is the rule. We don't have the engineering behind the rule, but we're obligated to adhere to it. But the petitioner can ask for a variance from it.
Correct.
Well, and Mr. Wolfham, there's certainly other rules that we are not speaking to this evening. First and foremost, certainly referencing the definition that Mr. Andrioli referred to, it uses the word public. So as Mr. Jones was getting at, if a public street were to be constructed, that's certainly something that is built 50 feet, 60 feet wide in terms of right of way. Certainly the subdivision control ordinance limits its length to 800 feet, I believe. So certainly a public street could be constructed, private street could be constructed, but it has to meet these other standards such as width of right of way, depth of pavement, length. So certainly these are other items that are not necessarily being discussed, but are greatly relevant. And certainly the zoning ordinance, sometimes ordinances do pick numbers to literally stick a flag in the ground. And 45 feet is the dimension of the minimum lot width, likely in part to reduce flag lots. I mean, this is a long debated topic in this community for decades. And certainly as ordinances have been modernized, they seek to reduce down the possibility of the creation of flag lots, lots of depth of width, things like that. So certainly that 45 foot, staff does not have the definition of why the county picked 45 feet. And certainly that number is the number that the town adopted. Further, the zoning ordinance actually allows that number to be reduced by 20% in platted subdivisions. So Mr. Lake, to what you're getting at. But there are other dimensions that are very relevant to this conversation.
Well, you just said something that was intriguing to me, that the 45 foot is a carryover from Boone County. And
we thought that at least our thought process, whether you agree with it or not, was that if we get a reduction from 45 to 36, but if there's any concern with regard to the fact that it's gravel and it's got to go back a ways, that's why we committed to go ahead and work with staff and fire if they want that. If they feel that should be paved, then we're going to go ahead and pave it and make a commitment to go ahead and do that when these other lots start construction or get built. So Mr. Bristol doesn't need it because his drive goes all the way down, and he's been given that drive, and he accesses to the south along his west property line. But these other two homes, we would anticipate paving that if fire, or even if the plan commission suggests that ought to be done. Or even if at this particular point, this board wants to put a condition on it as well with regard to the variance, we're happy to do that. We thought it was more of a platting issue, but we're happy to go ahead and make that commitment to your board as well, because that was our intent. If somebody wanted it done, we were going to go ahead and do it.
And certainly just for expanding on what Mr. Andrioli indicated, Platting in Indiana is ministerial in nature. As long as the plat meets minimum standards or subdivision ordinance, you're bound, the plan commission is bound to approve it. So what that means in layman's terms is that the plan commission has no authority to establish these items, such as if the plan commission wants it paved. That this would be the purview of the Board of Zoning Appeals this evening. Again, getting back to, if this is to be a public street, there are standards to which the public street is to be constructed. Now, those are definitely items the plan commission can waive. And if that's a conversation that the plan commission desires to have at that important time, then that's certainly very, very relevant.
We're not proposing this to be a public street, as well as the hundreds of other of these minor plat subdivisions that are done out in the county, either in your jurisdictions or the county jurisdiction. This is not being proposed as a public street at all. Was never being proposed as a public street, but we are willing to go ahead and pave it and maintain it with paved, and we're willing to make that commitment in front of this board as well. I think Wayne raises a good issue. Platting's ministerial, and although we've indicated in our narratives that we're willing to do that, we can also make it a commitment of any approval that you do, that whatever paving is required by the fire marshal, or if you're requiring us to pave it, we'll go ahead and get that done. We only ask that we be allowed to do it at the time when these other homes start construction or complete construction, so that we can make sure that we've got a nice new paved road and let the trucks and all of those other stuff go back on gravel, and then pave it when the homes are built. So they've got a nice new paved drive all the way to the back. And with regard to Wayne's comment, it's interesting because, and I gave to council, street says any public or private roadway. It doesn't say public roadway. It says public or private.
But I think Wayne's referring down further in the definitions of private street, where it says open to the sky and open to the general public for purposes of vehicular
Well,
pedestrian traffic.
It's like any minor plat. I think what that refers to, like any minor plat, we have to on the plat itself open that particular roadway up to postal, fire, ambulance, all of the public entities that come back there. Even if it's a private road, we have to put on the plat that that's open to public utilities, the public. So it will be open to the public in that sense, in terms of the people that would need to get back there from fire, ambulance, and all of the services that would be necessary. So.
Okay, let's push forward. One way or the other, let's push forward. Any questions for the petitioner's representative at this time?
Is the minor residential plat that you passed out, is the dark gray shaded, is that floodplain?
That is a flood fringe area. And we have worked with our consultant with regard to that in terms of being able to put a road up into there. The actual building site will not be in that particular area. It'll be up in the wider area that you see up there, Mr. Monday. But the driveway will go up the property line to be able to access that property. And we've been assured by our consultant that that's not going to be an issue or a problem or difficulty because of how far off we are from the creek. I think we're some 230 feet from the creek in that particular area. So it's a long way off from the creek. We've not had any problems, but they'll do the topo and they can build that road up slightly to make sure there's not going to be any problem. That's not going to be difficult.
The northwest corner of the property, is that still intended to be lot one?
Yes. Yes.
So the easement bisects lot one.
Yes, there will be, yes, as part of the plat, there will be easements to be off of Mr. Bristol's property to get back there and serve that area. That'll all be part of what we'll have to do and show on the actual plat itself. But you're right, that will remain in Mr. Bristol's property as to lot one.
Any other questions for the petitioner's representative at this time?
So that
And-
means the access to lot 2 will be 1,100 plus feet off of County Road 1100 East. And then access to lot 3 will be close to 1,500 feet off of,
Do a common drive up between the two lot lines, lot 2 and lot 3, or we'll just have a drive that goes up on the east side of lot 3, all the way up to the area that's not in the floodplain. That's what the building site is. And it's really high back there. It's a beautiful building site. And I think behind it is, I think staff referenced, behind it is what's going to be the rail trail. So there'll be some access that the public will have in terms of that rail trail back there when it's all required. And
Any other questions before we open up for public comment? Seeing none, are there any members of our public who wish to speak for or against this particular project? Come forward and please state your name and address, please.
David Koontz, 759 North, 1100 East, Sheridan, 46069. We have the farm just directly north of this property, and we want to express that we have livestock, and we're out there late sometimes when the weather doesn't work with us very good. And the drainage that goes across the old railroad track isn't very good, and we'd like it to be kept in consideration, not plugged. And so we plan to keep farming unless somebody else wants it more than us. Thank you.
Mr. Cruz, don't go too far. I want to make sure I understand your concern. There's an old railroad line that bisects these two properties, the property we're discussing and your property, and you're concerned that the drainage would go
it's washed out where the track used to be. It's kind of washed out, broke in tile, and our water drains that way to Finley across
this property,
Mr. Bristol's.
Okay, so your water, and so if they were to do something,
yeah, as long as they don't forget about it, just-
okay.
That's the main thing.
I think I'm understanding your concern. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
so that he understands, I did receive a phone call. I don't know if it was from him or another individual who called my office about the drainage. And I thought they were going to contact me again. I said, let us know if there's some drainage issues, especially if we're going to pave the road and do some other stuff. We don't want to block drainage getting to Finley Creek. So if there's anything we need to do from a drainage standpoint, we'll have our engineer take a look at it. I think there's enough ground up there and there's access enough to Finley Creek that we're not going to have a problem if we need to run some tile or some other stuff from a drainage standpoint to make sure there's nothing we do to block his drainage.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew.
We can't anyway, but we'll follow up with that.
Thank you. Any other members of our public who wish to speak for or against this particular petition? Anyone online? We've lost our online audience. With that, may we have the staff report?
Yes, sir. As Mr. Andrew earlier pointed out, this property is the subject of two different petitions, one being a special exception, one being a development standards variance. I'll focus briefly and first on the special exception request. This is a standard request as the property is zoned agricultural. Our ordinance requires that anytime residential is proposed to go on an agriculturally zoned parcel, special exception is required to do that. And so that is the request, not only just for one property, but for all three lots. That was the request. For that petition, for that request, staff is in favor of that. Staff supports the request and sees it as appropriate. Regarding the development standards variance and the road frontage, what initiates this is the desire to subdivide the property. And that's what kicks in the requirement then for property to meet the development standards of the district and of the minor plat. That is why this variance is needed, because what is being proposed does not meet those standards. As mentioned earlier, staff sees a site of over 76 acres that has almost 1,200 feet of frontage along State Road 32. And we are not seeing why this development standard could not be met. The existing drive that does serve the existing home Again, it was approved and done before it came under Zionsville's jurisdiction. It serves the purpose for that individual home. However, again, as we are now looking to split the property, develop it into a minor plat, that is when we now have to apply our standards to that. And that's the requirement for the variance. And again, staff is not able to support this request. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Roger. Don't go. I got a question for you. As I review, I believe it is on the special exception, there's an exhibit 6 that is presented to us. In its relation, I think, as I understand it, it looks like it's, related to the airport, the proximity to the airport. And looks like it might be suggesting what is appropriate uses around the airport. What is this that I'm looking at?
Okay, very good. This is an excerpt from, as you are all aware, the town is currently considering the airport land use study as a possible amendment to the existing comprehensive plan. That airport land use study has gone through a number of different revisions. This is a page from the most recent version of that airport land use study. It has not been adopted. So this is just an exhibit out of the current version. And it is identifying, let me step back a moment. There was a request from many that wanted to see, okay, as we're looking at the airport and the surrounding land uses, where can residential go and where should it not go? A graphic was requested for that. This is that graphic. And it is identifying essentially 4 different tiers of development. And tier 1 would be a prohibition of all residential development. Tier 2, as you see, it strongly discourages new residential development. Tier 3 has limited residential to multifamily housing types and minor subdivisions of existing residential lots. And tier 4, which is all other areas, no new limitations recommended for residential uses. And I've inserted on this map for your use the location of the Bristol minor plat. And because this map doesn't come with dimensions on it, I can't precisely say where the Bristol minor plat falls on this because it appears to straddle at least 2 and maybe 3 of the different areas. It definitely, on the map, you'll see State Road 32 is identified, and we know that this Bristol minor plat is bordered on the south by State Road 32, so we know where its southern border is, and that would clearly put it in tier 2, which strongly discourages new residential development. Depending upon how far north the property goes, it could fall into tier 4, which is all other areas where no residential limitations are recommended. And depending upon how far east the Bristol piece goes on this map, it could even possibly fall into tier 1, which prohibits all residential development. That being said, again, this is an exhibit to a document that has not yet been adopted. So staff is not relying upon this, but we did feel like it was important to at least provide this information to the BZA for consideration.
Thank you, Roger. Any questions for staff?
May I make a comment on that if you have a chance?
1 second. Yep.
Yeah.
Any questions for staff?
Yeah, Roger, the single remonstrator mentioned he's a farmer and farms just north of this. Is there a need for a right to farm to be mentioned?
It's in here.
I think the proximity to the airport and the right to farmer.
Well, I saw the proximity to the airport, but I didn't see anything about the right to farm.
I think I saw it in one of them. I'll address that
as long as it's there.
Yep, it's right here on page 3 of 4. Right to farm / proximity to airport.
So let's start with that. Mr. Andrew, earlier, is your client aware that there's an airport nearby and people have the right to farm in that area?
Not only is he aware, we've checked and have discussed with Roger that same conical sphere that they have that has various levels. We know at the very least we're going to be in the noise sensitive area, and There are statutory requirements for that. So any approval with regard to this board would indicate that we would comply with all noise sensitive area requirements under Indiana law. There's a whole list of 7 or 8 things that we've got to do in order to comply with that. Clearly, regardless of where else we're going to be, we're in the noise sensitive area conical sphere. And so any approval that you would give would require us to go ahead and commit to the all of the requirements under Indiana law for the noise sensitive areas. We know that. As far as Mr. Bristol's home, he is all the way very close to his west property line and would not fall into any of the spheres that Roger had indicated. Lot number 3, the building lot for that will be up close to the northwest corner in the middle there of that particular lot. So they're going to be far off that particular west or east property line. Lot number 2 is obviously also going to be in the middle of that particular lot and far off our east property line. So we don't think we're going to have any difficulties or problems with that. Mr. Bristol's lived on the property for a number of years now, has had no complaints or difficulties, not called in with regard to any noise sensitive areas or anything else. So we just don't anticipate, given where these homes are going to be built, that there's going to be any issue with regard to that, as they're not going to be at least lot number 3 and lot number 2, not along the our eastern property line. So.
Thank you. Discussion amongst the group. I mean, I think we're used to the DSV. I don't see any big issues there. I'm sorry, the special exception. I don't see any huge concerns there. Staff was supportive of that. I think we need to work our way through the DSV with the 45-foot of road frontage.
His first concern obviously is it's an easement. So can you create a public drive across an easement? Since you don't own the land, you don't really have the right to, a third party doesn't have right to open it up to the public. They have an easement for their own personal use, which is an individual home. I don't see any documentation that easement is established to allow additional residences or the general public. Secondly, it is 1,100 plus feet, close to a quarter mile off of 1,100 to get back to these homes. And obviously, Mr. Andreoli is speaking that, you know, back in the day, a lot of houses were placed on shared private drives. We also have a lot of neighborhoods in Zionsville that were done back in the day when you could just pave a stripe of land and you had well and septic, and as long as they got electric and gas and phone there somehow, you could have lots, and we don't allow that type of subdivision to be created anymore. My general concern is just not meeting the minimum standards for creating a functioning road back to these lots. And it starts with having 45 feet of land adjoining the street. Finally, even the comments about that this site could sometimes be developed into a larger subdivision. Well, once again, we're up against the airport thing, but 2, it would need 2 means of ingress and egress, which would mean 2 bridges across Finley Creek, unless they purchased access out to 1,100.
I'm thinking about the 45 feet.
Yeah, Larry,
Go ahead. Well, I was just gonna say that if they had, where are they at? 39, 36? 36. So if they had 9 more feet, the only thing they're asking us for is to subdivide the plot and to put houses on it. And I think we would generally be agreeable for that. I think, I don't know. I think I probably would. So then what's the issue with the 9 feet?
That's the thing that gets me. I mean, if typically that would, the extra width is for utility easements, for public utilities, which you're not going to have necessarily going back to those 3 houses. There's no need for the 45 street for turning radius of fire trucks or anything like that. I think to Wayne's point, somebody said, let's put a flag in the sand and it's 45 feet. That's just what bugs me, is that, while it may be termed a public street, it's a shared drive is what it is. And paved or unpaved, it's going to be 12 foot wide. And so,
The drive's not any bigger.
yeah, so 9 foot gets you 4.5 more feet of grass on either side, but for what means, what gain?
So I can walk I can see my way through that, but the other side of it would be Mr. Jones. They've got, as he would articulate, they've got, I don't know how many feet of frontage on 32. The property is perfectly functional as it is. If you want to subdivide it, meet the standards, which is 45 feet. If you can't do that, if you can't get across Finley Creek because of the county, is that a hardship? I mean, is dividing it a hard?
I think if the county said, you're not going to put a road across Finley Creek, then that becomes a hardship.
That's not what they said.
No, I said if.
Yeah.
I'm struggling with the fact that there is an easement there that allows one resident to get to and from their home. And how does that change when there are 2 more? Again, I guess I see it as a shared driveway. So I'm, and I don't know who, this easement, I assume, is one that can be substantiated. It exists, and whoever property that it is on now, that they do have an easement that allows that to happen. So I'm not sure what adding 2 more residents using that same easement. I don't feel that concerned about it.
So we had a petition 4 months ago, maybe, in Stonegate proper, where a petitioner wanted to take 1 lot, make it 3, has a shared drive, probably close to as long as this. It's a shared drive. We allowed it. We made them provide proof that the easement would in fact allow for passage of those members back through there. I guess that one probably
at that
had-
point, though, the connection to the public street was on land they owned and controlled. So they were giving the easement to themselves.
that they own today, but do
Correct.
not plan to own in perpetuity.
But once they sold, they are selling with rights to that easement shared amongst the 3 properties.
Correct. But what
Here
I'm
we have an
saying is-
easement. We don't know who gave it, why it's there.
And what I'm saying is if we can get proof that that easement not only exists, but supports passage for multiple homeowners back to multiple homes, does that change our opinion?
Let's drive towards a finish here. We've got more items on our agenda. Go ahead.
Sorry. I actually do know why it was put in place. The easement, the previous owner told me, because I asked him why he didn't build a bridge, and he said there were some structural things with that, but I don't know much about it, so I don't know all the details. But the reason that he got the easement was because he was worried about his daughters who were learning how to drive pulling out on the 32. And so the easement was set up for that purpose due to his worry about his kids. I don't know if that was the reason that I was told that it was put in place. So I believe the neighbor to the south was the one that.
So we're
actually-
granting a variance over a parcel of land not owned by the people requesting the variance.
Hang on a second. You just did some sort of inception moment there.
Sorry. We are granting a variance to some parties over a piece of property they do not own. Can we do
And
that?
I would submit to you respectfully, it doesn't make any difference. Your definition talks about street being, including an easement. It doesn't make any difference. It's how we access, and we have to have 45 feet, or we have to seek a variance for that. In other words, our access off to 1100 has to be 45 feet wide, or we have to get a variance to a smaller number. But the definition that I read to you talked about easement.
Frankly, we have the wrong group in front of us requesting the variance. We should have the owners of the property.
Mr. Chairman, would it make any difference if we bought the ground?
Completely. Then you could buy 45 feet and we wouldn't have this question.
No, if we bought the 36 feet. If we bought the easement, so we own it.
I'd buy the 45 feet, but that's.
I know. I'm just trying to offer some
36 feet comes at
suggestions
one
on.
price. That 9 feet probably comes at a different.
I'm just trying to offer some suggestions on how we could make it worth. It's not going to be a real economic deal for my client either way, because it's family and a friend is going to be buying the ground and living there. But on the other side of the coin, if there's something that we can do in that regard to alleviate any of your concerns, I think it's our obligation to try to do that if we can. If we can't, we can certainly tell you they're not.
I'm kind of back to my first or latest question. Can we grant a variance to a group that does not own the property?
Sure. I guess my response, I don't think you're being asked to do that. I think you're being asked to grant variances for these, what appear to be numbered lots 2 and 3, which I believe the petitioner does own.
Okay.
Those are the lots that require the variance. They own those lots. My question, frankly, that I keep scratching my head about is we're hearing a lot of talk about the entrance has to be 45 feet wide. That's not the issue. The issue is these lots, as I understand it, and somebody correct me. I understood this issue to be that each of these lots must have 45 feet of frontage on a road.
Well, or a street.
And there's some discussion that they have 36 feet of frontage, but I don't know where that 36 feet of frontage is.
But that's what you have in any minor plat that doesn't have access, where you've got lots in the back. You've got a road going back that's shared, and they access off that particular road, but they may not have 40 foot of road frontage on a public road. That's
maybe that goes back to one of your comments earlier in the presentation was that.
That's why street is defined as a public or private roadway.
Well, I guess I'm going to point again down to the bottom where it says, which is open to the public generally.
Well, I understand.
But I guess my question maybe goes back.
Well, we
to
can make it open to the public. Anybody wants to drive back here as well.
Thank you.
I mean, that's what's so silly about that particular issue. If they want to drive back there,
You don't own the
that's
right
fine. We're
to
gonna-
make that guarantee.
Pardon?
You don't own the right to that guarantee.
Okay, so if Mr. Chad is okay with what the ask is, and I think his interpretation of that is probably something we should adhere to, is the ask, is the problem that easement of being 36 feet, or is the problem that they don't have 45 feet on 1100? I think Mr. Androli's point on that is there's a lot of minor plats that exist with that condition.
So.
And I don't want to confuse things. I think that just goes.
Oh, yeah, they're already confused.
Hold on, so-
I think my comment just goes back to Mr. Andreoli's early comment of staff's description of this was removing the required 45 feet of road frontage. Mr. Andreoli presented it as, no, just reducing that to 36 feet.
That does create the
There's-
confusion.
Right.
So-
There isn't 36 feet of road frontage on either of those lots.
Well, that depends. Is that drive, when it accesses more than 3 houses, considered a road?
If so, then lot 2 has all the frontage it needs.
Well, and it's ironic because then lot 3, this road happens to
Right.
say
As I say, that is
36
the only
foot.
36 that could possibly make sense.
So if
Well,
you
let me-
made that go 9 foot further.
Yeah, I know. Let me
you'd have
tell you
your
what happened to
45
lot.
foot and we wouldn't
Let me
have
tell you
it.
what happened to lot
Yeah, we
3.
would, because that's not it.
We can have lot 3 have, with that road going back, have 45 feet a frontage on that road. What happened was, that was our intent. When we moved we only had 36 feet and I suggested, let's go ahead and make it 45. They moved the lot line over, but they moved the 36 feet over with the lot line. Otherwise, if they just would have moved the lot line over and kept our original area where we had the drive, we would have had 45 feet. So we'll make that adjustment. That's not an issue. That was just not caught when we went ahead and moved the lot line between lots 2 and 3 to the west.
And certainly I do want to reiterate that when this goes in front of the Plan Commission, if this is being referred to as a road, there are very specific standards as to the length, the maximum length of a road or street, the minimum width of that right of way, the minimum depth of the pavement. So in essence, there's a second bite at the apple here. Mr. Andrew might have a different word on how to phrase that than my ineloquent way of phrasing it, but certainly when this appears in front of the Plan Commission, it feels like there will be waivers that are going to be requested for the length of a dead end street and other items that are tied to this being considered a road.
One other quick question. Do the Millers own the property or do Hewitt own the property that the easement was granted on?
The easement off of 1100, is it for the property to the north or the property to the south? Where did that land come from?
Mr. Bristol does not own the ground underneath the easement itself.
Who owns it? The property to the
I
north or
think
the
it's,
property to the south?
do you know if it's Witt or Miller's? Miller's right to our south.
I just find there's a whole host of problems with their due diligence on what exactly they are requesting. We don't quite know who owns property. We don't quite know if they are okay with this being used for access to multiple homes. We're not quite sure what standard they're supposed to meet. Are they supposed to have 45 feet on 1100?
Well, they would have to been notified.
Of what?
Of this whole plat,
Yeah.
they were notified of our easement variance, or the variance for the private street. They were notified as part of the notice proceeding. But we did not contact them specifically about that particular issue. But we did notify them as part of the surrounding property owners.
So let's move forward. We can entertain a motion to approve or deny this, or we can ask for clarification. We can ask for a continuance, or we can have a motion of a continuance and ask for clarification on some issues.
I'll make a motion. I move the docket number 2021-35-DSV, a development standard variance petition to provide for the removal of the required 45 feet of road frontage for lots 1, 2, and 3 of the proposed Bristol Minor subdivision be denied as recommended by staff.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. Mr. Jones, you're on
I'm on
35. Thank you.
35.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Okay. Hearing none, is there remind me of my Robert's Rules of Orders here. I mean, is there another motion? Yep.
I'll make a motion that docket number 2021-35-DSV development standard variance petition to provide for removal of the required 45-foot road frontage for lots number 1, 2, and 3 of the proposed Bristol Minor subdivision be continued to the
December 1st,
2021 board meeting of Board of the Zoning Appeals meeting, and that for the sake of granting that time to find out and explore the nature of the easement that currently exists for that property and whether or not any changes need to be made for this body to consider approval or denial of it at that time.
Okay, thank you. Before entertaining a second on that, I want to make sure I'm clear. You are looking for clarification for the continuance, you're looking for clarification on the existing easement. And if there's any other factors that need to be considered, whether we approve or deny. That's 2021-35-DSV.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Now we have an active motion. Let's do a roll call vote on the continuance request.
Certainly, Mr. Lake,
Aye.
Mr. Mundy,
Aye.
Mr. Wolf,
Aye.
Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Mrs. Campos.
Aye.
Thank you. This petition will be heard at the December 1st meeting.
So that I'm clear on our charge, Mr. President, and maybe Mr. Monday can help me so that I know what my next call might be. It was continued. Were there some specific tasks? I know you talked about some that you want me to investigate in order to come back.
I'm going to try to articulate this, but someone help me where I, or
Somebody
someone
can.
help me where I go.
I'd like to know what the motion was and what the specifics were to it.
When I look at it,
I'm fine with it. I
who
just need
owns the
to
easement?
understand.
What does the easement stipulate? Who owns the easement? What does the easement stipulate? Is there the opportunity to increase the width of the easement? I think those are three things that,
And if they'll grant the use of the easement on the two parcels,
yeah, if it doesn't state multiple parcels, if they,
we'll grant the
well,
use.
yeah, for multiple parcels.
Okay. Now, this petitioner has another
Yes.
another item on our agenda. Should we continue that one as well, or are you ready to move forward with that?
Let's continue that as well.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion.
I move that docket
36.
2021-36-SE special exception petition for the property currently addressed as 415 North County Road, 1100 East, Zionsville, being in the agricultural zoning district, be continued to the December 1st, 2021 Board of Zoning Appeals meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. I don't think there's a need for a roll call. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Those two items will be on December 1st. Thank you, Mr. Andreoli. Next on our agenda was docket 2021-39-DSV, which we continued to December 1st meeting, which brings us to item number 6 on our agenda, I believe, which is docket new business, which is docket 2021-43-DSV for the property located at 145 North 3rd Street. Will the petitioner please come forward?
Evening, Board.
Evening, Mr. Singer.
Mr. Ennis.
Okay, Mr. Ennis, will you please state your name and address for, oh, I see it right there. Thank you. For the record.
Yeah, Philip Ennis, 2168 South Jacoby Road, Greenfield, 46140.
Thank you, Mr. Ennis. What is in front of us tonight?
We're asking for a development standards variance at 145 North 3rd Street. A variance was passed in 2017 to put a pool in their side yard with a lot coverage of 50%. There was some stipulation in that variance that said that there could be no vertical structures, is what I believe was one of the stipulations that was in there for some reason. So what we're asking to do is not put a pool in, but put in a patio with a fireplace and a pergola, and some privacy from the neighbor to the south of this property.
As you look at the front door, the neighbor to the south is, as you look at the house where the pool would be, the neighbor to the south would be to your right.
As you look, yes, to the right, correct.
Thank you. As I recall, the reason we put the stipulation on the height, Mr. Jones, you may recall, this was a large lot coverage and we discussed drainage excessively, as I recall this petition.
Correct.
And I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm not sure we made the right decision at the time. But the reason we put the stipulation on the height was because to reflect a smaller scale. And And so that is why that is in place.
Yeah.
What today, the variance that exists allows for what coverage?
51 and our new coverage put per site calculations, not what's on plot plans, at 48.9%. And the property owner, Mr. Singer, did put in all requested drainage per your guys' last variance approval. All of it. And to be clear, that our paver patio would be permeable, use of Teco block pavers. So all rainwater will go back into the ground directly where it came from. I correct myself, 85% of the water should go back into the ground exactly where it came from and not be displaced or where it would have landed originally. And the proposed pergola and fireplace are much smaller than the structure, the existing structure.
How tall are those? Is that listed somewhere?
It shows in the elevation that is the pergola is 10 foot tall at its height, and the fireplace is 12 foot. It shows in the elevation image, I believe, in the staff report on page 267 in the full docket. It's on our design page.
It's Exhibit 5 in the staff report.
Thank you.
What is the lot coverage with just the home? Do you have that information? Actually, it's probably right here in front of me.
I could do the math on it real quick. I haven't been asked that question before. Suzanne, do you know that information?
I got it somewhere in the staff report. I know. I know it's over 40%. I remember calculating that.
Okay, we can.
So the total lot size, it shows on ours, the total lot size is 7,035 square feet. And the total square footage of the existing building is 2,970 square feet. That doesn't take into account the AC pads and the driveway. Obviously, that's just the footprint of the home. And the front sidewalk.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the footprint of the home?
The footprint of the home is 2,970 square feet. And the lot size is 7,035 square feet.
So again, I'm violating my policy of doing math in public, but I think that's 42.2% with the structure as it is. Not any accessory uses, not any patios or things like that. Okay. Do we have any questions for the petitioner's representative at this time?
I got a couple, not so much. I'll just put it out there. So when we approved this the first time, it was an excessive amount. It was up 49% or whatever that number is. We did so for two conditions. One, they're putting in a pool. So they were putting in something meant to hold water. So we gave them a little consideration for that. We also gave them a certain amount of consideration because they agreed at our request to install an additional subsurface drainage system for the lot that was going to be tied to our a city-owned structure along what is the street out front? I should know it here.
Third?
Third Street. The intent of what we requested was to help with collecting groundwater in the area, runoff from the downspouts, et cetera. I went out there yesterday and then I went back again today because things just didn't look right. My first concern is, according to the information, my check, which is just a simple little laser check, there's only 16 feet, 8 inches between the existing building faces Main Street and the rear of the home. There's supposed to be a 5-foot setback from the edge of the property, and the edge of the property in the rear is supposed to be the alley, and traditionally our alleys are 10 or 12 feet wide. And there's supposed to be another 5 feet on the other side. So 5 plus 10 plus 5, there should have been 20 feet of area back there. We're somewhere around 4+ feet short. I also did a little checkup on the existing in-place plantings and everything along the alley. And those seem to stick out about 7'3" from the rear of the home, which means they've kind of encroached upon the town's alley by 2+ feet. Went around and checked the inlet that we're supposed to put on the south side of their house, and those seem to be 7.5 feet off the edge of the house, and most likely appear to be on the adjoining property owner's lot. So this goes back to my earlier concerns, is we've got a situation where, once again, we went above and beyond putting out a set of parameters for a property owner to fulfill to help them reach a desired request. And in my opinion, it appears they just did whatever they wanted to. Or a better way to put it is, what was supposed to be entirely upon their site to collect the excess drainage and help direct it in a manner to benefit them and the balance of the town, everything else we do to try to keep drainage straight. It seems that we're far, I don't know how to describe the situation that creates, that somehow a request by the town has ended up on somebody else's property. And I don't know if they've gone out and acquired a drainage easement across the back of that lot on those adjoining properties or what goes on, but from a simple visual inspection, it just doesn't seem to have met the previous standards. So I've really got sincerely no interest in granting any more relief or accommodation, because it's obviously we're not,
We're actually asking for less coverage.
You haven't met the one from 3 years ago.
And I apologize, I wasn't a part of the original build process on this project.
I can speak to that. I'm the homeowner, Scott Singer.
Mr. Singer, would you please state your address, although I think it's right in front of us?
145 North 3rd Street,
Thank you, sir.
Zionsville, Indiana, 46077.
Thank you.
There was an easement recorded with the county for the 5 foot on both sides. The alleyway was vacated. There was 5 feet as well, I believe as well. The lot was pinned and staked according to the monuments. The town came by and inspected it before they gave a CO for the easement to be recorded, as well as the drainage to be recorded.
Yes, that when I read through the legal description, I didn't see anything about the vacation of the alley.
That's because the town forgot to record it. And Ed, the deputy mayor, what was his name prior? Mitro, came to me after we went to get the building permit and said, hey, I need you to record this so we can issue the building permit, so you have the extra 5 feet. So that was done and should have been recorded. I have documentation of that at home.
And then as to the south?
To the south, that there is an easement recorded that's 5 feet that allows the town access in case the stormwater surcharges or anything like that.
So there is an easement on the...
Yeah, it's all recorded. If you go out to DocSpot through Boone County, you'll see that easement and everything was done according to how the town prescribed. That was a requirement of my CO. And that was done through Lance, I believe. And actually, whoever his assistant is, I believe.
I'm going to take a slightly different tact. This is, I wasn't here when this was approved last time, so this is, the previous stuff is neither here nor there. However, a pool, when the cover's on, holds water and it's pumped out and discharged. They are reducing the coverage from what they were allowed, and a portion of that is pervious. I don't believe that a 10-foot pergola or, a 3-foot wide section of chimney that happens to be 12 foot tall is of any consequence given the existing 2-story scale of the residence. So I see this as a good gesture to come back and do what they said they would do, which is if we do something else, we don't do the pool, we have to come back. They've done that, but I think they meet all the requirements.
Can I add something to your additional scale comment? I back up to Claghorn. So that's an industrial building that takes up the entire lot. And it's all asphalt and everything. There's zero drainage that comes down. A lot of my neighbors, I have 4 support letters all in support of me doing this as well. I talked to each of them and got their support. So in addition to when you talk about scale, that building is huge, and there's a huge old grain elevator that towers above my property as well. So to your point, I just want to, we talked about scale in earlier projects. I'm right up against something that is a commercial building in my residential, and I love it because everything's different around me. So,
Mr. Singer, as I recall, we did discuss that last time, and I think that does make your property particularly unique in that you don't abut to residential properties. I would agree with that. One thing I would note, as I'm going forward, one of your letters of support for 50% lot coverage wrote a letter of remonstration against 42% lot coverage. Both were new builds. So an earlier remonstrator, I think, articulated her thoughts on that. This doesn't necessarily align with those in my mind, but neither here nor there. Any other questions for the petitioner? What's that?
Maybe she just likes me. I don't know.
Any questions for the petitioner?
What did you say the total coverage would be on the lot with the proposed pervious patio and I think there's a lean-to as well. Is that right?
We're not asking for the lean-to.
Oh, okay. It's just a spa
so
and
just the pergola, the fireplace, and the paver patio.
did you say it was 48?
48.9%.
48.9%.
And I know that you guys that townships don't classify pavers all equally, but we have selected a paver, Teco block paver, that's highly noted throughout the industry as extremely permeable and allowing the water back into the soils. So we tried to take that into account with selections while we were designing this project. Mr. Singer explained to us that there was drainage concerns on the property initially.
Any other questions for the petitioner's representative?
I go back to this original question. So is the vacated alley then figured into your lot size?
Lot size original was 100 feet from front to back, and that lot or the vacated alley was 5 feet. So it's 105, and it had been that way when I bought the property. It just was not recorded until I actually went to file for the building permit, and they came back and said, that needs to be recorded. That's when Ed reached out to me, and the 105 was then recorded properly.
Square footage we've been hearing accounts for the 105-foot width.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It's always been that way. When I
Okay.
came here the first time, all that was included.
What is the width of the lot?
67.
I don't have the benefit of your previous submission.
Sure.
So my
Understood.
apologies.
Understood.
105 and 67 add up to 7,035 square feet, which was previously discussed. If the house is 2970, if the footprint of the home is 2970, that means the lot coverage is 42.2, which is just the structure. We approved 50% several years ago with a pool. They're now requesting 48.9, a reduction of 1.1%. Any other questions for the petitioner right now? Hearing none, are there any members of our public who would like to speak for or against this particular petition? Blank stares. Thank you. With that, may we have the staff report?
So as we indicated, you guys previously heard this petition in 2017 with the proposed pool and also noting that there wouldn't be any vertical structures. So since they came back, they're requesting to change, obviously, and that's why they're back before you tonight. The one other thing I'll bring up is that we originally recommended no more than 42%. Staff recommended 42% lot coverage with the 2017 petition. So to be consistent, staff will still continue to recommend denial of that petition. But however, it was granted the 50% from the BZA members at the time. There is a little difference in what is on the property record card in lot coverage and what the petitioner has provided. So to be, I guess, concise for when this goes, if this gets approved and goes to plan review, I was calculating it at 51%. And I think I indicated that in the staff report. And as far as the alley, I accounted that alley square footage into the total acreage as well. I'm happy to try to answer any other questions.
Well, I guess I have concerns about the difference between our two calculations.
How often do we see the property record card being inaccurate?
It happens.
Where does the
It's
property
more
record-
accurate than not accurate.
I would always side on whichever has the more acreage. I mean, the more lot coverage, just so it's clear in the petition. So if the petitioner is showing more, I'd use that. If the property record card showing that, use that.
I think at the end of the day, regardless of what the percentage is, we know that there is an actual decrease from the original plans approved to the current plans approved. Regardless of if it's, based on the calculations off the property record card, that would mean this is going from 53 to 51 or 52 to 51. And we're saying it's going from 50 to 48.9. So it's still a 1% drop regardless.
And we're putting water back in the ground, not displacing. At least 85% of the volume of the water is going right back where it would have if it was grass.
Yeah.
A pool, that is not the case.
Yeah. I mean, under the 51% logic, you approved 52 before, not 50 previously.
I'm not sure I made the right choice.
I'm just saying it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Lake, we did express concerns the first time we heard this regarding scale and the height. And that's one of the reasons we put the stipulation there. In your trained profession, you don't see that as an issue? You mentioned it earlier, but I just want to be clear.
I don't. I mean, you're going from the 2-story house. It's 2-story, correct? So 2-story house, pitched roof. Top pitch of that roof is probably 30 foot-ish, down to something that's 10 to 12 foot, down to grade in a neighbor's yard, back up to wherever their porch or patio is, then to their house. So I don't see an issue with it. I think if they were going to do a 2-story addition there, continuing that scale for a longer length along the shared property line, then you have a scale conversation to be had.
Thank you. Any other discussion amongst the group?
Yeah, but at the core differences, like I said, even if you do pump the water out of the pool and it forms in the cover, we still did give that a certain amount of consideration. Secondly, we gave it a certain amount of consideration because as a pool and with the landscaping proposed, it wasn't really particularly visible from the street. And with this addition of the chimney and all that kind of stuff, we are adding more mass and scale along what is primarily their front, the front street. It's the scale question back and forth. We approved something and granted a certain amount of variances and went over our base limits because of trying to give it a certain amount of consideration. Now we're being forced to adhere to that number and disregard the other consideration we previously gave. It's kind of,
Yeah, I think I
we
understand
keep
what you're
considering
saying.
35%
The
arbitrary,
original number
but
is not, the original number is not valid because it was based on that design and that. And so we should hit the reset button and start over again.
Yeah.
And if that's the concept, then their current lot coverage is with just the structure is 42.2%. They don't have any outdoor living space with that.
So you would prefer us to put the pool in and displace water?
I'm not sure we suggested that.
I mean, they have the right to put the pool.
We have the right to put the pool in.
So that's, I go back to.
No, that is abundantly clear to me.
once again, a variance is specific to the property, to the variance. They don't. A variance is specific to the request.
So we.
The variance though, before would have been specific to a lot coverage percentage. Yes.
With consideration for the pool. I got busted up one time for a variance where I had retail in a different part of a building than what I requested the first time. And I've been kind of schooled on this. The variance is granted at a certain coverage specifically to include a pool. Now that they're changing away from a pool.
Which is why they're here.
Which is why they're here.
Which is exactly why they're here, which is.
But the
appropriate step.
justification that at one point we granted X goes away. Now we go back and start fresh.
But would you agree we're improving the previous approval? That what we're asking for is an improvement over what you approved previously.
We gave a certain amount of consideration, even though it might be false that a pool holds water, and now you're adding more hard surface.
I'm actually adding less hard surface that's impervious. So if you're impervious versus pervious, I'm adding significantly less hard surface. It was a concrete pool deck with a pool that is all 100% impervious. And I'm asking for a 400 square foot patio that's permeable at 85%.
Any other discussion amongst the group? Otherwise, I did ask for public comment, didn't I? Yes. Okay, sorry. Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
I move that docket number 2021-43-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for an increase of lot coverage up to 51% for the construction of an outdoor patio addition to a single-family home which deviates from the required lot coverage to 51% in the rural residential village zoning district R-V be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Lake.
Question.
Yeah, you know where I'm going.
Should we leave that at 51% when we're being told it's 48.9?
I have licensed landscape architects that site verified 48.9.
Mr. Lake, would you be amenable to changing that percentage to 48.9?
I would.
Thank you. Is there a second to the amended motion?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Campins. Let's do a roll call vote.
All right, Mr. Mundy,
Aye.
Mr. Wolf,
Nay.
Mr. Jones,
Nay.
Mrs. Campins,
Aye.
Mr. Lake.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Ennis. Mr. Singer, good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Next on our agenda is docket number 2021-44-DSB for the property located at 395 West Walnut Street. Will the petitioner please come forward? Yeah, I don't know how to do that though.
Oh, okay.
Just take your HDMI cord, plug it into the side of your computer. Should be an HDMI cord coming off the dais, yes. Like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think we've seen. Yes, we have. Thank you. We continue to the other one. Yes.
The only cable that connects.
IT support is on the way.
I believe.
Okay. I'm ready whenever you are.
I am ready. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Melissa Iannucci from Trade Design Studio. My address is 5771 Central Avenue, Indianapolis, 46220.
Thank you, Ms. Iannucci. What is in front of us tonight?
So tonight, the project I'm presenting is 395 West Walnut Street. This is a structure that was originally built in 1870, but in recent years, it's been left empty and decaying. Luckily this summer, Maddie Boner was able to acquire the property with the hopes of not only restoring it to its former glory, but with the intent of giving it life for the next 150 years. So a little bit about the current state of the building. And just quickly, I want to run through. It is set up to be a church. It's very dilapidated, so there's no kitchen, there are no residential amenities to it at all. You can see it's really just one big room. So everything will need to be taken out and redone. This is the one and only bathroom. Obviously, all of this needs to be redone. Again, a couple more pictures. So the outside of the structure, everyone's a lot more familiar with this. This too needs a tremendous amount of repair. The windows need to be restored. The brick needs to be repainted. We have a picture of the windows. And this addition on the back is crumbling. It really needs to just come off and be redone. There is, in fact, according to the tax records, a brick patio under here. You can see, yes, it is marked on the tax records, but it's completely overgrown with weeds. And Maddie has this wonderful vision of this corner being restored with gorgeous gardens. She's an avid gardener, and a front porch for the neighbors to gather on. So it's particularly important to her that the history of this church continue as a place for the village to congregate. And we're actually going to great lengths to restore this church. Part of the plan is to lift the church and put a new foundation underneath of it so that we're certain that the structure will last for years to come. So first I have the site plan, and I just want to walk you through the different elements of this. So up here, we have Walnut Street, and to the left, we've got 4th Street. In the middle here, or kind of at the top, is the main church structure. At the front, we have the front porch. And then off the back, we've got a small addition and a deck. All the way at the rear of the property, we have a garage with a carriage house above it. And then tucked in between there, we've got a lap pool. So because this is a historic structure, I realize you guys don't normally look at exteriors, but I just wanted to walk you through this because I think it's relevant to what we're talking about. So this is the front. We would like to make the front porch wider, no closer to the sidewalk, but wider, so that it creates even more space for the neighbors to gather and just kind of elegantly emphasizes that front door. Oops. This elevation here would be along 4th Street. So you can see the front porch to the left here. Then the main structure of the church that's existing. All of this will be restored. Nothing will change to that. And then the addition, we want to take off what's there and do a new addition that's much more sensitive architecturally to the church itself. You can see we would carry it through the brick foundation. We would be using natural materials. So this would be cedar shake here. The windows would be similar, but not the same as the church. And then the entire project would be covered with a rubber slate roof. So that is a roof that looks very, very much like slate. One can tell the difference. The back here is the rear. So you can see how the scale of the addition relates to the main church itself. And then finally, the east side of the project, which looks very similar to the west side. Okay, so I'm sorry, and then 4th Street here with the carriage house. So this is the whole view of the property. So the reason we're here is we're asking for 2 variances. The first one's pretty simple. That is the front yard setbacks. So we are on a corner, Walnut and 4th Street, which means we have 2 front yards. Along Walnut Street, the required front yard setback is 15 feet. We are asking that we just maintain the setback of the front porch, which is currently about 4 foot 4 and 4 inches. So we would just want to keep that as it is. The front porch will get wider, but no closer to the sidewalk. Along 4th Street, the church, of course, will remain as it is. Zoning would require that this setback be 20 feet. We are only at 4 feet. So the church won't change, but then our addition tries to be really sensitive to that. So immediately adjacent to the church, we step back a little bit more. We step back a little bit more, and then the main piece of the addition aligns almost with the church itself, but slightly back. So those are the 2 setbacks. The garage is set back 14 feet from 4th Street. We're doing our best to situate that between the existing utility pole and centering it within the backyard itself. So we do have approval for both of those front yard setbacks. So the more complicated setback is the lot coverage, of course. So we're starting with a project and property that is already over the allowable coverage. If you look at what's there, the existing structure, the front porch, the existing addition, and the existing patio add up to 40% lot coverage. So we tried to be really sensitive when we were coming back with our design. We made the front porch larger for the reasons I discussed earlier, but then the addition we made smaller. So our addition went from 408 square feet to 390. Again, we're trying to be sensitive. We understand that lot coverage is an issue, so we're doing our best to minimize our impact on this. The rear patio, now I'm just referring to the deck that we're proposing, and the brick patio that exists, that goes from 592 square feet to 165. Again, we're trying to minimize here. We understand that this is an issue and we're taking that into consideration. Then we have the garage at the back, that's 648 square feet. Now, if I were to simply take what's existing already and add a garage to it, we would be at a 50% lot coverage. So doing nothing but adding a garage puts us at 50%. What we've proposed, including the walkway and the pool, puts us at 52%. And we understand that this is unusually high, but we believe that it's warranted because of the historic nature of the church. This is an integral part of the village. It needs to be restored. I think we're really fortunate to have someone like Maddie who's so interested in the preservation of this and wanting the architecture to really emphasize that structure. So we see this as a reasonable solution to that problem. Additionally, understanding that drainage is a serious problem, we have engaged the help of a local engineering firm and intend to install a below-grade stormwater retention system so that this will ensure that any of the additional lot coverage that we've requested will not contribute to additional runoff. And the builder is working very closely with DPW on this. Finally, I wanted to address that we have the support of numerous neighbors who've written in their letters. These have been submitted to BZA. We also have the support of the Zionsville Preservation Commission. And we look forward to figuring out a way to move this forward. I think it could be a really great project for the village. So, thank you.
Thank you. What questions do we have for the petitioner's representative? Sorry, I'm doing some math.
Nick can-
I want to go back to a comment you made earlier.
Sure.
And I'll try to do two things at once. The setbacks are existing today and they are what we call legal non-conforming.
Correct.
Correct? And so
Yes.
you're not adjusting those, you're not picking up the church and moving it.
You're not.
Everything there is going to stay the same. Maybe the exception would be that the front porch is going to grow a little bit in scale, but it's not going to get any closer to the setback.
All of that is correct.
Okay. Understood. Can you go on your presentation back to the, nope, I got it. Yes, this page, thank you. So I guess, does anyone have any questions for the petitioner?
Well, my question is what you've gone from and to. Is the from what we received originally and you've now scaled that back?
No, the from is what is there, what is at the site right now.
Existing site condition.
Yeah, okay, but I thought that the
Which one are you, which?
the rear deck and patio and deck, that's the crumbling one that's already
It's right, it's
there.
right here. It's
Yeah,
this
yeah.
chunk, and they're going to that little chunk
Yeah,
there.
okay.
And then the addition there is going to that. And then you've
So
added the
the
garage.
addition is the garage, a little bit of front porch and a pool.
Yeah.
In the walk.
There is an addition. Let me just back up a second.
Yeah, this. that chunk
This
right
piece right here is the new addition. So everything that's in
Runs
brick
this
here is
way.
the church.
there. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, generally, I like it. My concern is the pool. You can make an argument that a modern standard of living would be that you would have a two-car garage, and I think most people would expect to have a covered garage spot. I think I can get into that. I mean, that makes sense to me. But we have an opportunity. I'm not sure how the pool just adds increased lot coverage, which is we're already over, and then it's not a modern, well, maybe it is a modern convenience, I'm not sure, but it's not,
Not typical.
not typical. It's not typical for the area. I like the proposal in the sense of what they're doing with the church and the restoration, and I think the addition is reflective of the style. That's my amateur opinion, but do we have any questions for the petitioner at this time?
Can you go back to your slide that had the percents on it, please?
Had the numbers?
Yeah, the
Sure.
tabulation.
I think if you take the pool out, I think it's 46%.
Oh, I was just gonna do that.
I think somebody should check my math. Went to public
Came up with
schools.
42%.
Oh,
All right, let's do my math again.
All right, do your math.
Pool and coping is 374 square feet, so we just need to subtract 374. from
Oh, never mind. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I did the
public
garage.
schools. I got 46%.
Yeah, and I mean, they're counting the walk that's gravel from the house to the garage, which.
Do we count the walk as lot coverage from the house to the garage?
Yes,
That is, but
the only walkway that we do not count is from the sidewalk, from the public right away to the front.
Thank you for the clarification.
Well, and even to clarify that a bit more, the building code only mandates one door to your home, and that door be 36 inches wide. So wherever that door is, if it's on your actual side, then we would count the sidewalk to that side door. Again, it's clarifying. A little extra clarity to the clarification.
If they made their front door 34 inches and the back door 36, then they could take that sidewalk and not count
You know, I'm not sure you're helping.
it. Sorry.
Okay, any questions for the petitioner's representative? Okay, seeing none. Is there any members of our community who would like to speak for or against this particular petition? And if you would, please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Chelsea Overbeck, 240 North Main Street. I'm still nervous, but I'll try to do better.
You're old
Sorry.
pro with this now.
So with the Zionsville Historic Preservation Committee, we're going to speak out in support of this project really enthusiastically. I think all of us know that it's kind of hard to find people, especially in the village, that want to save historic properties. So to have somebody come along like Maddie, I think we're going to give her a lot of praise. This is going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of money. And we're very appreciative of her wanting to take on not only a historic house, but a historic church and try to turn that church into a house, which I think churches innately are very difficult to try to find new purposes for. It's a little bit of an extra challenge and hardship to some degree. The main thing I want to focus on is this is an outstanding designated house in the village. So recently in 2020, the Sullivan months, through funds from the town, were able to update our historic sites and structures inventory. It was about 586 houses in the village that they had an outside consultant who is a preservation consultant. I don't know his official title. This is what he does for a living. He finds homes and marks them for the National Register for cities and towns all over Indiana. And so he designated every house. He designated 29 structures in the village as outstanding, and this is one of them. So this is the highest designation you can get as far as a historic property. So we take that very seriously. And so the number one concern and question I had was, will these changes de-designate this house? Will it no longer be an outstanding historic structure in the village? So we reached out to him specifically. His name is Kurt Gardner. He works with Kurt Gardner Consultancy. We shared the plans and he said no, he did not believe them. I actually have his direct quote if you would like to hear that. So Kurt said, I think it would probably retain its outstanding status, particularly since part of the rating is due to its use as both a church and a GAR hall. So he didn't have any concerns with these plans altering its outstanding designation today. I also reached out to Indiana Landmarks to ask them their opinion about the design, because they're professionals, they're preservationists. This is what they do for a living. And Mark Delosi also did not have any concerns. He said, let's see what if I can write down his quote. He felt that it was proportionate and it fit within the scale of the building. So our kind of outside opinions about that, which led to us being really supportive of this. Like I said, I'm not speaking out necessarily in support of their proposed exact number of lot coverage. I think that's your guys' job to decide what's appropriate. I think we've brought up earlier, and we're just going to keep reiterating that we're looking at lot coverage for, it seems like, primarily two things: character and drainage. I think that maybe they can clarify more what they're going to be doing with drainage, but I think as long as that is evaluated and actually taken care of, then I think that makes the lot coverage number a little bit less dramatic. And I think from an architecture and character and streetscape and scale portion, this is beautifully done. It really fits. I mean, carriage houses are huge for the village in an area where we want to maintain scale, but we need more sizes to our houses. These are a lot of small houses a lot of the time. And I think a carriage house that's detached is very appropriate to these historic period style homes in a way that we can get a few more modern conveniences in without necessarily hurting the streetscape or the character. I think that's really all I had to say. That's not just reiterating things we've already said in this meeting previously.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Overbeck.
Thank you.
My name is John Townsley. I live at 305 West Pine Street here in the village, resident since 1978. I come here tonight as an individual who's been a villager for a long time, not as long as Ralph Stacy, but fairly long. And a person who is concerned about historic preservation, maintaining the heritage of our village. I'm here to speak in general support of the petition, subject to the concerns I'll address shortly. When you have 29 outstanding structures out of 586 in the village, and this is one of them, my feeling is, just like the church on Main Street, you do everything you possibly can to try to preserve its character and to adapt it to a current use, residential in this case. It's one of the oldest structures in the village. It began as the Christian Union Church. Members of the Union Army met in it when it was the post for the GA or for the Grand Army of the Republic. It's been the American Legion post. It's been a residence. Back when Drew Cogan was there, although really it was more of a bachelor pad. And it's also, I think, most recently a workshop. We need to preserve it. Old buildings have tales to tell if you only know how to listen. Imagine the tales this place could tell us, and importantly, the future generations. Like the former church on Main Street, it faces a challenge of adapting an old church building to the modern era or facing destruction, since it would arguably be more cost-effective to tear it down and begin with a bare lot, just like the one that's already on Main Street. The petitioner invited a group of her neighbors to view the future home. I was there. She wanted to talk about her plans, answer our questions, and hear our suggestions. During those discussions, I was impressed by her sincere desire to preserve and enhance the structure, adapting it in a matter of better fitting her residents and ensuring its future. She even showed us a scrapbook containing the research she had performed on the history of the structure. Now, how many people do that? To be sure, there are aspects of the plan I wish there was an alternative for. I'm not thrilled with the steel rods in the front of the house, but I understand they're there to support the roof. Also, I understand there's nothing you could do about them. I question whether the desire to have a lap pool is a good reason to increase the density on an already crowded lot, and I worry about the precedent it sets. I have some of the same feelings about the addition of the garage, but I recognize the ability to park your car in a garage could help reduce the on-street parking and hopefully improve the safety of our already crowded village streets. I also recognize that many of us in the village have garages and hope that the one that they propose will better ensure that the new home will appeal to future owners, thus avoiding the wrecking ball and preserving this outstanding building. I, and I'm sure members of this board, are concerned about the impact on drainage from the increased density, but hope the drainage report I've heard about and the sand pit in the backyard will address those concerns. So, subject to my expressed concerns, I support the petition. I believe the petitioner's heart, intentions, and most importantly, her wallet are all in the right places, and look forward to welcoming her as a neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Towesley. Is there anyone else from our community who would like to speak on this particular petition? And I would remind you, if you're not in support of it, you can also speak those concerns.
Hello, Dan Porzel, Cedar Street Builders, 4591 Brentwood Court, Zionsville. I'm lucky enough to be the builder for this project for Maddie. We're really excited about the potential here and what she plans to do with it. I wanted to touch on the plans for stormwater management. And I think probably especially as it pertains to some current concerns with the pool. I understand those concerns. And I believe, I'm going to guess that those concerns, since pool is at grade, it's not a site issue from the street, that those would likely be mostly contributing factors to stormwater. From the onset of the project here and as the plans came together, and as we knew we were going to be over on the lot coverage, it was my goal to make sure that we implemented a stormwater management system that would allow that concern to be just taken away from what you guys have to look at. So that part of that is in your packet. We hired an engineer to help design that. We've been working with the DPW. We've met with them a few times to make sure they're on board with what we're doing. And what I can tell you is that what that system will do will alleviate any additional stormwater runoff that any of these overages on lot coverage create, with engineering and math to ensure that that is the case. The one that you have in your packet now is actually designed to handle 100% of the stormwater runoff for the entire property for a 100-year rain event. So it's a significant system. We put a lot of thought into it. Maggie's committed to making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you for participating in tonight's conversation. Anyone else wants to speak on this particular petition? Thank you. No other public comment? Can we have the staff report? May we have the staff report?
I'll start by saying that staff is really appreciative of the petitioner wanting to preserve this property. As you know, there's two variance requests. One is for the front yard setbacks on Walnut Street and on 4th Street. That is both to memorialize the existing structure itself and then to also allow the additions for the front porch, the rear of the property, and the detached structure. And staff was supportive of that variance request. The lot coverage request was the second request at 52% lot coverage, and staff was unfavorable to that request. So I understand that we're in favor of one, but not the other as proposed. The petition can't move forward, but just wanted to clarify that. But I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? What comments, discussion do we have amongst our group? I mean, it's great, right? Saving the churches, and I think it's important. I didn't necessarily recognize that it was an outstanding structure, but it was certainly, as you drive by, it's certainly to the untrained eye a significant structure. So that's great. The setbacks I have no problem there. They're existing condition. That looks just fine to me. My only hesitation is the pool. I mean, I can swallow in my mind that a 2-car attached garage is just a standard that which most people live in their homes these days, and many village residents enjoy it. That extra, whatever it is, percentage that is the pool causes, I'm not sure I can understand that one. That's my thoughts.
There's something, unfortunately, we have a lot coverage scenario or set up in our zoning ordinances that does allow for an extra 2% with pavers, but it's silent on the fact that if you can create a system on your property to address 100% of the runoff that you would have from all impervious surfaces, you get no benefit as far as the zoning ordinance is concerned. And when we look at this from a scale standpoint, none of us are saying that we think there's a scale issue, or at least that I've heard. I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. And so if their plan ultimately, through the use of this stormwater drainage system, makes them zero from a lot coverage perspective when you look at it in terms of runoff. I mean, I would hope that future zoning ordinances would have a place for that type of offset. And as long as scale is not imposing and we don't have remonstrance against it from neighbors, I don't see why there isn't why this is not, why this doesn't weigh as heavy as
Yeah.
one might think.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and I think we all know that some revisions to our zoning code is coming imminently. As Mr. Chad and I have spoken in the past, we're obligated to, we have to listen to this one with the rules we have right now.
Yeah.
So that's the standard we're gonna use, and that's not a problem. I think your point is good. When you talk about lot coverage, you typically are talking scale and water. I think scale is not, I don't have concerns here. Water, I think they've addressed it. I think, but I don't speak engineer.
Yeah.
That was one question, I guess. Is there anything, as I'm flipping back to the package, we don't really have anything provided that,
It was supplemental.
Yeah.
Here it is right now.
Okay, I got that one.
It was in the stuff that was sitting here today when we.
I got it. Okay, yeah, I thought okay.
So it's an actual stamped engineered solution
I went through that.
to handle 100% of the.
So that's that's the reason we have this process, is because we have a hard set of rules and we hear a variance. And the other thing we always is just general remonstrance from, or comments back and forth between neighbors. And I find it's interesting that Ms. Wolf keeps track of those who
I
support
would note
some.
that happened in this petition as well, and I would also note that there was a letter of remonstration against this in our packet submitted. And they were very expressively supportive of restoring the church and maintaining the church. They had concerns about lot coverage. Specifically, they cited the 2-car carriage garage, which I don't specifically have a problem with, but the pool as well. So that was in the public record.
With the Singer property, when we went through that, we were also trying to address the simple fact that that specific parcel sits in a hole. And it held water prior to anything being going on there. And that's our concerns with putting a structure there was going to dissipate that water somewhere else, hence the perimeter drain system around it and our approval of tying it into the city's stormwater system, which is typically a no-no across the board. At least with this project, we are getting presented with an engineered subsurface on-site retention system, which is, no different than what you have to do for a commercial parking lot anymore, any of that kind of stuff. So even though the rules and regs don't give any consideration, the fact that we've got this meeting that goes on, we can legitimize it and we can use it as a, moving forward in the future when presented with this, the funny nature of the 35%, but the driveway and the sidewalk, blah, 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 blah. Those numbers do actually get used by the overall engineers who do the drainage for the town. And that's why every time we violate a little bit, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. I was going to say something earlier about how, scale is a localized issue, but drainage is a cumulative one, and that it eventually builds up downstream somewhere to somebody. Whereas if your house is a little taller than your neighbors, well, that's between you two families.
Yeah, agreed.
So, motion?
Yeah, if there are no further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
So we have two, correct? Two motions?
One moment, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so I move the docket number 2021-44 DSV Development Standard Variance in order to provide for the additions to a single-family home and a detached garage, which deviates from the required lot coverage to 52% in the urban residential village zoning district. RV be approved as filed based upon the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans. Site plans and concepts as submitted.
Can I make an amendment that it also be based off of the drainage report and plan submitted?
We can add that. I would assume it's covered with the compliance with submitted site plans and concepts, but and the also supplied
What was it called?
Drainage report. Here, I'll say what it says on the cover.
Yeah, drainage report.
Yeah, drainage reports.
Drainage report.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I just want to make sure, I want to skim something real quick. Thank you, Mr. Lake, for the second. Apologize. Turns out we had a lot of paperwork. I'm sorry, Mr. Chad, I missed it. Are you okay with that motion? Yes. Okay. Let's do a roll call vote and then. Mr. Jones, you just cited the first one, which was the lot coverage.
Correct.
Yeah.
220.
Thank you. So this particular vote will be for the lot coverage. Can we do a roll call vote?
Certainly. Mr. Wolf,
Nay, only because of the pool.
Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Mrs. Campins,
Nay.
Mr. Lake,
Aye.
Mr. Mundy.
Nay. Oh, as well, because of the pool. I don't know how we would be able to tell someone that they had a hardship when we would approve one, which included a pool.
Okay, so let's.
I would approve without the pool. And then
As would
if zoning changes down the road, they can come back and present that.
Well, do we have additional discussion on this?
I think we should.
Yeah.
We'll have to figure out what we need to do
Yeah.
here with Mr. Chad.
All right, well, if it's a pool, a deck, a big dog house, the issue is collectively whatever's being included with this individual has pushed them over the lot coverage ratio and pushed it up to 52%. But what we've doubled back around and said and discussed is that since they are supplying a engineered subsurface drainage retention system entirely on their site and not relying on tying into Zionsville's storm structures, this is our process to give that consideration. So if we deny this because it's a pool, that's an emotional choice and not a logical choice or an engineered choice. And we're shooting ourselves in the foot if we're going to move into the future approving lot coverages in excess of a certain number if the property owner is willing to do something above and beyond what we have in any of our design covenants, if that makes any sense. The point I'm trying to make is if we want to lend legitimacy to residents to help address the town's drainage issue by putting on-site retention systems, we have the wherewithal to do that, but we ought to be consistent in it. And the fact that we're denying it because of a pool, doesn't matter what it is, pool, patio, doghouse, whatever.
Yeah, I think I would be consistent though in my view on that. I mean, if it was a doghouse that was 300 square feet, I think I'd still be consistent. I mean,
You would deny it?
I would deny the lot coverage because I don't see the doghouse as a hardship.
Okay.
But if you take that out though, it's still over.
I agree. But if it was 46% without the pool, I would have supported that.
But the hardship is it doesn't comply with our lot coverage ratio, correct? That's the
Hardships that did, correct.
Yeah. But they have offered to offset the lot coverage requirement, the subsurface drainage. That's the point. The point of when I view lot coverage and we talk about driveways and sidewalks and blah, 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 my statement about it being cumulative is that the last man in always builds his house higher, which means he shoves off his issues to the adjoining, and then the adjoining person does that, and eventually there's a guy at the bottom of the hill. And that's what the lot coverage conversation and really affects. It's a cumulative problem the village has, and that there isn't proper storm structure.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Okay, so when an individual offers something, then to offset the burden their lot coverage is placing on somebody else, we should give that consideration.
Okay.
Because they've addressed the burden they're putting off on somebody else by not meeting what we consider our 35% standard.
I would generally agree with you, but let's take that pool, let's keep the exact same size and let's make it 2 stories tall. So the lot
Then,
coverage is the same.
yeah,
Now what do we feel about
well, then we're getting back to
it? And they've done the engineering.
the form-based zoning and the scale commentary, which is, that's a more, the problem is with the scale issue, it's a more slippery slope for us because we have no engineering to back up. At least with lot coverage and the drainage issue, we've got a report sitting here in front of us that says, hey, we can direct all the water off the downspouts and off a hard surface into this. It's basically going to be a large French drain that holds it, allows it to dissipate out. And there's an engineered way of addressing that concern. We don't have one for scale.
So this is a really bad example. But if you had an 18-year-old kid who wanted to drink a beer and you like beer and you let them have a beer, but then they wanted to drink gin and you don't like gin, so you're not gonna let them have gin. You've already let them have the beer, so you're already giving them the garage, which puts them over the limit.
Yeah,
But then you're subjectively saying, I don't like the pool, so.
Mr. Lake, I can draw the line in the fact that I think the garage is a convenience of most modern living. So I feel like most people want a place to park the car under a roof. And so I would support lot coverage that would add that. I don't feel like the pool is consistent with that line of thinking.
May I say something, please?
Can you come up with the mic?
Mathene Boehner, currently at 315 West Walnut. The church was on the lot. It isn't a blank palette. It was there already at coverage or over coverage. The addition, we're turning around. We're knocking off the dilapidation and we're turning it around and redoing it. The garage, we all agree on, I guess. The pool is a small lap pool. Instead of 20 by 40, it's, I believe, 10 by 30, or 10 by 20. It is a small lap pool. It's going to be ensconced in lovely landscaping. No one will see it because we're having privacy fence on the back half, and the front half is going to be enjoyed with a low Victorian type fence that everyone can see and enjoy the entire church. We're not hiding that. We're just hiding the little garden for privacy's sake. And no one can see it. And no, it's not a hardship not to be able to swim, but it is so lovely. So.
Thank you.
You don't mind. May I say something as well?
Certainly.
So I think there's 3 points I want to make. One, of course, goes back to the conversation that has happened all night, which is what is the point of the lot coverage? And that goes back to what Chelsea said earlier. It's character and it's drainage. So we have addressed above and beyond the drainage. The character, while that's subjective, I would say that we have above and beyond addressed that as well. One thing I didn't mention in my first go around was that the garage, so the zoning ordinance allows for a 24-foot by 30-foot garage. We only went with a 24 foot by 27-foot garage. So at each piece that we were redoing on this church, we were minimizing that as much as possible to keep the impact, overall impact low. The other point is that it was mentioned with a previous project, how the pool was seen as, less obtrusive because it is level. So on another project, the board has determined that a pool doesn't carry the same weight as a 2-story doghouse, for instance. So I think these are all things to really take into account. And while a pool may be determined as something that isn't quite necessary, I would say that at a certain price point, garage is expected. At another price point, luxury items like a lap pool are expected. And with the amount of money that's being invested into this church to restore it and get it to the point where it's really a truly contributing structure, it requires a tremendous amount of money. And a pool can be expected at that price point in some situations. So I just wanted to put that out there again.
So I would support that comment, and the Stonegate has a pool for
Thank you.
all the, pool for all the neighbors. I'm guessing we had 12 pools installed in the last year.
Okay,
So
Let's-
modern amenity.
let's just hash that out. And we're gonna have to jump through hoops on this. We're gonna continue this, but it's an important topic and it's an important structure. If they needed an additional lot coverage, see, I can't get my hands around that. It's a pool. It's not necessary. Like if you needed more lot coverage to add a bathroom onto the house, because it's only one car, it's only one bath house, and you needed more for this. I can be.
They don't need the lot coverage for the pool. They need the lot coverage for the garage.
Okay, so now
They're exceeding it even more for the pool. But as a result of that, they're offering up 100% of the stormwater on site being detained.
Okay, so let me think about what you just said. Had they not done the stormwater and they just had the garage,
And we approved the garage, we would be in a worse position.
would I have approved it? That's the question. I think the answers are probably, if I'm being too transparent, I probably would have.
We should hope that every project that comes before us, regardless of lot size, wants to contain 100% of their stormwater on site. That's the responsible thing to do from a design perspective, and would alleviate a lot of the problems that we have in the village. So we would only hope that more people would present us with this type of project, or this type of solution to this.
And what
issue.
they're doing is trading luxuries. You give me the luxury of a pool, I will provide the town with the luxury of an on-site water retention system. Everybody wins.
Mr. Nundy or Ms. Campins, do any of these discussions resonate with you?
Well, I think that the ability to take care of all of the stormwater that falls on the property is significant. I don't deny that. I think if we had that, we probably would not hesitate with going with 52%. I think, the one remonstration letter which was subjecting to this project kind of summed it up in the last sentence, which was that anything that had 52% and was considered a hardship with pool was bound to end badly, or something to that effect. Those are almost verbatim. And I think that that's what I struggle with, is that it would be, as long as we have people or records with memory that always point out to us when there is another petition like this one, which takes care of that one issue, that is drainage and water and where it goes, that we no longer have an official level or even an unofficial level that we feel comfortable with, that we can do whatever we want as long as the water doesn't leave the property. And I appreciate the fact that they wish to preserve that old church. It is a beautiful structure, and it'll, in its heyday, I'm sure it was a stunner. I'd like to see it preserved as well. What I have trouble with is the determination of an undue hardship if we don't approve it. Or I'm sorry, if we do, it would be present an undue hardship to the petitioner if it was not approved. I just struggle with that.
So we had a vote on a motion. It is what it is.
Oh, wait a minute.
Correct me where I go wrong.
Hang on.
We have another motion. We have another one, and I can get us out of here. I still want to help this property. I have a solution for that, but we need to work on the other second motion,
The setbacks.
the setbacks.
You can still deal with this first issue. You can move on to the setbacks and address them both comprehensively. I don't know where you're going with that line of thought. But
Well, I
there's
guess
a
what I was
motion-
saying is because it was a negative finding, what potentially what we could do is if the petitioner wanted to revise we could waive our rules with a 1 year, I think it's 1 year. correct me if I'm-
I was just going to suggest you had a motion that was approve it as submitted, and that motion failed.
Okay.
The board could entertain a different motion if anyone wants to offer. one.
That's why we have legal counsel. Will you come back forward, please?
I want to do one last thing. I want to make sure. What are the three
I think you've heard our conversation. I think we're struggling here. Generally, I love 90% of this project. It's the pool that I'm struggling with. And we had a motion for the lot coverage with the pool. Is there something we can do and that I can act upon now? Can we can we have a new motion that is not as inclusive as that previous motion? Can we make the pool smaller even still? Can we eliminate the pool? Is there something we can do to help us get through this?
Can I talk to the homeowner?
Yes, go ahead.
I have a problem with that statement. If you're willing to allow the pool
I'm not.
to be smaller in a
I'm not.
motion.
To be clear, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I was just trying to, have conversation here. How do we get to the,
Oh, okay.
'Cause that's not productive conversation. If
Yeah.
they're suggesting that they make the pool
I'm not
smaller and
suggesting
then we're
that.
going to deny it, then when they make the pool smaller.
Yeah, I want to go back to one, and it was along with what Steve was talking, and I were jumping on the page. Our third finding of fact is, if I've got the correct one here, the strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance will result in an unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. And what we're saying is that a pool, not having a pool is not, it's not a unnecessary hardship. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But once they propose to do the subsurface retention, they are no longer, the strict application portion of it goes away because they themselves are volunteering something to offset what the strict application is causing. Does that make any sense? No.
No, yeah.
My point I'm trying to say is going back to the whole thing of let's forget it's a pool, let's say it's a big 300 square foot doghouse. When they say the strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance will result in an unnecessary hardship. They want a pool, but having a pool plus other stuff pushes them over the 35% base strict application. But when they start offering back something to allow us to have a engineered basis on why we should be able to increase from 35 to 52%, that's the offset. We should not view the items of lot coverage when it comes to drainage as to what they are, whether it's house, garage, deck, pool, doghouse,
So,
a large collection of garden gnomes.
and I would almost take the flip of this too, is that it's less about the petitioner in this case, and it's more about the town. We're doing the town a disservice if we don't approve this with the drainage system, because they could come back and ask for this without the pool and not include the drainage system. And that is a disservice to the town. That actually imposes more of a hardship on the town than improving it with the pool and the drainage system.
Can I jump in real quickly?
Please.
As I often do when we get to this point, let's take a step back and remember what it is the board has to find. We have three findings of fact we have to deal with. The first two don't seem to be an issue. Larry just reminded us of the third one, which is strictly applying the ordinance will result in an unnecessary hardship in the use of the property, not just some vague unnecessary hardship, but applying the ordinance will result in an unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. I don't get involved in the discussion, the debate, leaning one way or the other, but that is what the board has to find. The board doesn't have to find, have they adequately addressed drainage? The board doesn't have to find, is the scale proper? Those are all things we can think about, but that's not how we weigh a variance, whether it's for this or anything else. those are relevant considerations for lot coverage, but the question still is, will applying the zoning ordinance result in an unnecessary hardship in the use of the property? Now, a very strict reading of that, which some boards take, is if we apply the ordinance, can they use the property for its intended purpose? Here, the intended purpose being a residence. Can they do that? The question, I think, becomes, well, use as a residence, what all does that include? I think that's where you go down the line of, is it a luxury item? Is it a necessity? Is it something that's typical or atypical? But that's the real question. If we stick to the ordinance or a slight deviation from it, is the owner stuck with an unnecessary hardship in trying to use the property?
Is the owner here?
Yes.
Come back up for a minute. Does your back ever hurt?
My back,
Yeah. Does swimming make your back feel better?
it calms me
Oh, yes. So it's a medical necessity that you
too
spend.
much.
That's fine. You can sit back down. So.
I knew you were going there as soon as you had her come back though.
You know, there's something out there. So, all right. What should we do, President?
What shall we do, Mr.
And
Vice President?
may I ask the attorney, is it up to the board to determine the use of the homeowner? Like what is necessary for this particular homeowner when they're describing that?
Only to the extent that they must, to grant the variance, they must find that applying the ordinance will result in an unnecessary hardship in the use of the property. That's a fairly vague statement.
It is fairly-
we all
right.
understand that, but that is exactly what the statute says. They have to find to grant the variance.
Right. So it's
So
kind
they
of
do
heading in
have-
the same direction as Mr.
Right.
Jones, so it's.
Right.
we don't
There's certainly
know
some
exactly.
discretion in there on what is or is not a hardship.
Yeah, I mean, we previously kind of approved a garage for additional closet space. We could have said, you just got to throw away some of your clothes. Sorry.
I voted no on that.
You are consistent.
Are consistent. All right.
You also consistently support garages and the garage puts it over, so that you would vote that the garage is a hardship. Having the garage fits the hardship. And the garage is in both, would be in both motions.
Yes.
So
Okay, so this goes back to BZA is, and I keep reminded, we're a judicial body, correct?
Quasi.
Quasi. So we can kind of make our own laws.
Sweet. No, I'm not going to say yes to that.
Not gonna agree to that.
We had a
You
motion.
can apply the
All right.
existing standard to the facts that you.
We had a motion that was not approved. I can entertain another motion,
All right.
but
I seem to have eaten.
We have a motion for a continuance. Is that something we can do at this point?
or because we've already voted, we have to.
yeah, I think we have to hear it out.
Because we do.
I
have
think
two.
you can ask for a continuance. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're correct that the petitioner cannot, once there has been a motion and a vote on the motion, it's too late for the petitioner. I will check the rules real quickly while you continue talking about something else.
There's a second motion that's not been made.
Pardon me?
There's a second motion that has not been made for the setbacks.
Right.
You'd have to ask our president.
Let's sort this out. I think we're all very close here. Let's find a workable solution.
We can continue it.
Has anybody's opinion changed during the course of that conversation?
My thing is, we're supposed to work with the laws we have, with the rules we have now. That's what we talked about earlier. So where does it end? They need to be changed to allow for, exceptions if they're willing to do over and above what is needed. But where do you stop the the coverage? I mean, can we go up to 60? Can we go up to,
So,
65?
I think you have to look at why was that rule put in place? The rule was put in place primarily because of drainage. And so if it was put in place because of drainage problems that are caused by increased lot coverage, but we have a solution that completely removes drainage from the discussion, then
Why don't we do this? Good conversation. I think we want to protect this church, and I think we have
Absolutely.
I have an owner who's got a good plan in front of us. Why I would entertain a motion to continue this to the December 1st meeting so we can all have a moment of clarity and think about this further, and then we can move forward from there.
I agree.
I need a motion to continue docket number 2021-44-DSV to the December 1st meeting. I'm sorry, is December 1st appropriate? Is that okay for your schedule? Is there a motion to continue docket 2021-44-DSV to the December 1st meeting?
so moved.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Thank you, Mr. Mundy. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. I think you understand some of the challenges we're saying. So if you want to bring something slightly different that helps make our decision easier, it would be much appreciated.
It's part of the same
Will you be
document.
re-voting on the lot coverage issue?
Yes,
Got
It's a separate
Very
document.
good.
yes, we will.
Wait a minute, but the lot setback's a separate docket.
No, I had it both as 44-DSV.
They're both 44-DSB.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
To answer the petitioner's representative's question, we will be discussing lot coverage and setbacks. Which brings us to, it's 10:06. Let's discuss our rules and procedures, which are in front of Mr.
I
Chad.
believe your rules say it is your discretion on whether you want to continue or begin any cases after 10 o'clock.
Fellow board members, I defer to you. I'm available.
No new business after
We have a
10.
stack of them. Do we want to see if there's any one that's more important than the other? Can we do that? Is there time of the essence on any of them? And the problem is, what's our December 1?
I think we've moved a lot of things there.
Yeah,
Oh. 7 more to go.
yeah.
But we've got some petitioners who have waited to present.
Yeah.
Should I
If we are
disband it?
available, I would suggest we move on.
I'm
All right.
available.
Some of these are
I'm available.
quicker than others.
Yeah, I'm available.
That brings us to docket. We're gonna, for the record, we're going to continue on. And I will look to my attorney to keep going forward. Yes.
You don't have to do anything to keep going.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move to docket 2021-45-SC for the property at 202 South, 800 East.
Thank you.
Petition representative, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the record, Mike Andrioli, 1393 West Oak Street. I'm representing Mr. Bullock, who's seeking a special exception to locate a single-family home in an agricultural district. It's late. You've got other things on your agenda, so I'm going to be extremely brief. He's got 23 acres. He classifies as a farm. He wants to put a 6,500 square foot home with some accessory structures such as porches and those types of things that classify as accessory structures. In addition to that, he's putting a large horse barn, which is in the form of an agricultural use. The rest of the property will be taken up by pasture. Essentially, that's it. He's got good access at his address at 202 South County Road 800 East. And I'll say no more. Staff report was particularly detailed with regard to this particular project, and we had no objections or concerns with it. So I'll let you go to staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andreoli. Your client is aware of the right to farm in the proximity of the airport? Right to farm, proximity of the airport?
Oh, it's not any proximity to the airport, and for the sake of Mr. Jones, we're not asking for any variances. So
You have 45 feet of road frontage?
Okay. And the other thing, yeah, I'm good. Any questions for the petitioner?
Is the barn attached to the house?
Pardon me?
Is the barn attached to the house?
The barn is not attached to the house. The actual large barn for the horses is an unattached accessory use. It's not attached to the house at all.
Yeah, it looks like it is on that.
Yeah, might want to verify that. Plans appear to show otherwise.
I'm sorry.
The plans show otherwise. Otherwise, they show that it is in fact attached. The only reason I bring it up is you likely have a building.
Yeah,
code issue.
I don't think they were attached to the house. I don't have the detailed plans here, but
They're submitted as part
even-
of our packet
yeah,
and it's attached.
even if they were, they classifies as a farm, so you can have all manner of accessory structures.
Yes, I'm just saying you might have a building code issue.
Yes,
having a
absolutely.
Barn attached to a house.
Yeah, we'll clarify that. We'll get that clarified.
Any other questions for the petitioner's representative? Any members of our public who wish to speak for or against this particular petition? Is there anyone left online? Oh. Is anyone who wishes? Okay, thank you. May we have the staff report?
So, this is a special exception to permit a single family dwelling in an ag zone. This property is over 20 acres, so the accessory over primary doesn't apply here. I'm looking at the plans now. And I thought, it was my impression that the barn was attached to the residence. And then there is a compliant, I guess, garage, an apartment, but it's still attached to the house and it doesn't have a kitchen unit as well. So we were clear in discussion, making sure that that was compliant. But as far as I can tell from these plans, the barn is attached to the primary residence.
Okay, and staff is supportive of it as is.
Staff is
Okay.
supportive.
Any discussion or questions for staff? Any discussion amongst the group? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
I move the docket 2021-45-SE special exception petition in the agriculture district for the property located at 202 South 800 East be approved based upon the staff report and proposed finding of fact. And if approved, that the petitioner execute the right to farm and acknowledge documents.
Thank you. Is there a second to Mr. Mundy's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Let's do a roll call vote.
Certainly, Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Lake,
Aye.
Mrs. Campens,
Aye.
Mr. Mundy,
Aye.
Mr. Wolf. Aye, motion carries. Next item on our agenda is docket 2021-46-DSV for the property located at 8037 East 250 South. Will the petitioners please come forward?
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Murray, and I live at 8037 East 250 South. My husband and I moved here over the summer and we bought a property. And we're asking for a variance for the 3-to-1 ratio. Our lot is a little bit wider than it is long, I guess. And we're making some improvements to the house that will require permits, so we'll need to be in compliance. So that's why we're asking for that. The second one is for 2 primary residencies. All the existing structures are there. We're not changing anything. We have a carriage house with a livable space above. And I'd like to put a stovetop and a kitchenette in there to make it a mother-in-law suite. Wouldn't be for commercial use. It's just family and for our parents as they get older. I'd like to have a space for them.
Thank you. And note the property is 10 acres-ish, a little more. And you, as you just stated, you have no intent to rent out the property for investment income or rental income or anything like that. Okay. Any questions, any other questions for the petitioner?
This was an existing lot, correct? Prior to the town of Zionsville coming into,
was built in 1998 and I.
Yeah, so it was under
I
Boone
bought it
County when it was, the
couple months
lot was
ago.
subdivided.
I think so.
That's,
Yes, per the analysis. It was in Boone County's control.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Are there any members of our public who wish to speak for or against this particular petition? May we have the staff report?
Yes, so as the petitioner stated, this is an existing residential property on 10 acres. It has an existing house and an existing carriage house, detached garage. And they're wanting to convert the existing second story into usable space for a kitchen and a bathroom sort of thing. So that would be considered 2 primaries. And then memorializing the existing legal nonconformity of the 3-to-1 lot to depth ratio. They're requesting that variance as well, and staff is supportive of both of the requests.
Thank you. Any questions for staff or discussion amongst the group?
I assume these have to be 2 separate motions.
Preferably.
Yes, please. If not, I would entertain a motion.
I move that docket number 2021-46-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for the allowed number of primary uses from 1 to 2, which includes a new primary dwelling on 1 lot in rural single-family residential zoning district R-1, be approved as filed based on the findings of fact in substantial compliance with the submitted site plan and concepts.
second,
Would you, Mr. Lake, would you be amenable that we put a condition that it's not for a rental income property? on it?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Jones, would you be amenable to that?
yes,
Okay, so we have an active motion. Do we need to do roll call votes? Let's, because we're on public record and we're on video, why don't we just do all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes 5-0.
I move that docket number 2021-46-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for the existing parcel to exceed the 3-to-1 lot width to depth ratio in rural single-family residential zoning district R1 be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Campins. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Good luck with your project. Next item on our agenda is for the docket 2021-47-DSP for the property located at 50 East Poplar Street. Petitioner, please come forward.
My name is Donna Fisher. I live at 50 East Poplar Street in Zionsville. I'm going to preface this by saying I'm heartened by the board's apparent favorable impression of garages because I'd like to build a garage. So that's why I'm here. Essentially, we live at 50 East Poplar Street, have lived there since 2008 and have no off-street parking except for an existing driveway that runs along the east side of the house, the west side of the house, which also borders an alley. And so as the years have gone by, we've found it increasingly difficult to park in the street. And now Cohatch is building a lovely office space across the street and a restaurant, and it's just going to get worse. So what we'd like to do is build a single detached garage in our backyard. And to do that, I thought originally all we would need is a 3-foot variance. And then, I found out all the other things that the property had wrong with it over the years. We would like to run the driveway that goes beside the house straight back into the backyard and put the garage at the end of that. To do that, instead of a 5-foot setback on one side, we would need a 3-foot. If we go 5 feet, there's a tree there that will it will eventually die as a result of the roots being damaged. So that's the original variance that we sought. And then we found out that we have an aggregate problem because on the east side of the house, which has been in existence since 1911, that there is an encroachment on that side of the house. So what we're seeking is to remedy all of the situations that are wrong and to get the variance to allow us to put the garage on a 3-foot setback off the alley. We have a fence that's on the property line right now. So essentially the garage will be inside the fence line as it currently exists. And we will take down the fence line on the alley side. So then the alley will actually grow by 2 feet if we do this. We've seen the staff report to make this shorter. Have no problem with that. And unless anybody has any questions.
Ms. Fisher, I think you articulated that really well. You may be our new setback expert. Guess I have one, I want to make one clarification. So we have some existing conditions that have been there forever. And we need to memorialize those.
Yes.
We call those legal nonconforming, so let's get those cleaned up.
Okay.
And the setback that we want to do, what you're trying to protect is a tree, correct?
A tree, yes, and also I'd like to have the garage so I don't have to go outside all the time. A lot of things
Yeah,
I'm
so
trying to protect.
if you were to try to not create a setback, you'd kill the tree.
The tree,
Yeah,
yes.
I saw the tree. It looks nice.
It's
Yeah,
a very old tree.
it is.
It's older than me.
Yes. Okay. Any questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, are there any members of our public who wish to speak for or against this particular project? Don't lean forward. I thought you were coming up. Anyone online? Thank you. May we have the staff report?
So there's a few requests here, and some of these have to do with memorializing existing nonconformities, but the garage, by adding the detached garage by 3 feet, it won't meet the 5-foot setback or the aggregate side yard. The lot coverage with the proposed garage would bring the lot coverage to 41.34%. And then there's an existing, I guess you could call it a driveway or parking pad currently, but it's on the property line and it will extend back to the new garage. So that's kind of a memorializing the driveway setback and allowing it to go further back and not meet the 5-foot setback. And then the front yard setback. The deviation from the current front yard setback doesn't meet the current. But they're not making any changes to that.
This is the way it exists today.
Yeah.
Understood.
And staff is in favor of all those requests.
Thank you. Any questions for staff or any discussion amongst the group? We've talked about a lot of garages tonight. If there's no discussion amongst the group, I would entertain a motion.
I move that docket number 2021-47-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for a deviation from the side yard setback to 3 foot and an aggregate side yard setback of 6 feet for the construction of a detached 1-car garage in the urban residential village zoning district R-B be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and submitted compliance with and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
We've got a couple more here I think we got to do. You're not off the hook yet, but.
I got it. I move the docket number 2021-47-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for an increase of lot coverage up to 41.34%. The construction of a detached 1-car garage in the urban residential village zoning district R-V be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Campins. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries.
I move the docket number 2021-47-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for memorialization of the existing and extending the driveway, which is less than the required 5 feet, 5-foot setback to 0 feet in the urban residential village zoning district R-V be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mundy. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries.
I move that docket number 2021-47- DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for memorialization of the existing single-family dwelling front setback to 5 feet 1 inch in the urban residential village zoning district R-V be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Again, thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Campens. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. She leave? She's out. Efficient.
I make a motion for a quick bathroom break.
Yes, we're gonna keep moving forward. We're gonna take 5 minutes for a quick bathroom break. 21-48-DSP for the property located at 7730 South 775 East. Will the petitioner's representative please come forward?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, good evening. For the record, again, Matt Price with the Denton's Law Firm in Indianapolis, 10 West Market Street, 46204. I'm here tonight on behalf of Todd Vanata. And Joe, if you can be so kind as to pull up our picture, I'll be very brief. Go to the first slide. Mr. Vanata owns two adjoining parcels in just off of County Road 775E. And what he's requesting is a variance of lot up to width ratio that exists today, and it will continue to exist after he splits off a 4-acre parcel to convey to a family member to construct a new home. He's going to retain the balance of the parcel from which the 4+ acres is being taken, and use that for his recreational purposes in connection with the home that he owns immediately next door. And the key kind of feature of this is driven somewhat by the physical features of the property. The parcel that he is carving off is a level kind of plateau, if you will, and that's true of the house that he owns immediately behind it, where he intends to live, and then the third house as well. They're all kind of on a high level plateau. Immediately to the north of those lots, the property falls away dramatically. Not tens of feet or 20 feet, but maybe even 70, 80, 100 feet down. And that low-lying area is the property that Mr. Vanata is going to retain and use in connection with his dwelling. And Mr. Vanata is an avid duck hunter and goose hunter, and he has blinds on that property and has for many years, and it's part of his recreational activities to retain that property. And so we do have the required road frontage. We did provide the documentation concerning the both the fee interest that we own and the easement interest that we own, including 1945 language making the property, or making that access drive which serves the property open to the public. And we would respectfully request your approval of the lot depth to width ratio variance.
Thank you, Mr. Price. What questions do we have for the petitioner's representative? How does, on parcel number 1 on exhibit 2, how does the property owner get to parcel number 1?
There's an access drive that comes from the county road all the way back, comes to where the existing home site is today, which is the same place where that's being carved off, and then it just curves around the southern edge of that property. There's a driveway, if you will, that curves around the southern edge of the first lot and goes back to the second lot.
I'm sorry, they use the same easement?
They do.
Okay,
They do.
okay. That's where I was getting confused. Understood.
Yep. Those 3 homes all share the same easement rights that have been around since the 1940s.
What other questions do we have for the petitioner? Is there anyone who would like to speak for or against this particular petition tonight?
Yeah, I should add that we did have letters of support from a couple neighbors, including when we met with Mr. Kilmer. He advised us that he thought it would be to our advantage to obtain a letter of support from the third homeowner along the shared easement, and he is in support.
Thank you, Mr. Price. We did receive those as part of our packet. No public comment. I will entertain. I would like to hear the staff report, please.
Thank you. As Mr. Price stated, the petitioner owns a lot of record of just over 29 acres, and they're looking to split that. They'll be able to do that by meets and bounds, work with that with the county. They will not have to go through the planning process with the planning commission. And the result will be a new 4-acre lot that will include the strip of land that extends out to 775 east. And it does not meet the 3-to-1 width to depth requirement. And that is what the variance request is for. So we're, can't say that we're memorializing an existing condition because we're creating, it's going to be for a new lot, but the condition does exist currently.
For the current lot.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, yes. And staff is in support of this.
Thank you, Roger. Any discussion amongst the group or any questions for staff? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I move the docket 2021-48-GSV, a development standard variance to provide for a lot which exceeds the width to depth ratio of 3-to-1 in the rural equestrian zone district RE be approved based on the finding of facts and based on the staff report and presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mundy. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Next item on our agenda is docket 2021-49-SE for the property located at 9906 East 200 South. Mr. Price, here we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record again, Matt Price, here tonight on behalf of David and Janice Agarwal and their nonprofit Watch Us Farm. We have a kind of a unique set of variances that arise from the unique use of this property. So let me, I'll be brief, and I sincerely appreciate you all sticking with us tonight to look at this. But I do want to give it justice and explain a little bit about it.
Mr. Price, this is an important petition, so please take your time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We go to the first slide, Joe. Thank you. This is an aerial view that shows the Agarwal farm and the surrounding property. And let me kind of just orient you a little bit because it's not necessarily intuitive as far as how the lots are laid out. But the property at one time was divided up in the pattern you see today by 3 physicians that lived in Zionsville, and it included the kind of the front lot that you see in the bottom left. It included the Agarwal's home, which is at the very top of the slide, and then it included the homestead that's kind of kitty corner to the Agarwal's southwest, and they all at one time gained access from the driveway that goes along the east side of the lot that's at the very, or the property that's at the very bottom of the property of the slide there. The property that's kind of that big open field that's immediately south of the Agarwal's farm and homestead is owned by and continues to be owned by the same property owner who owns the property southwest of their homestead. So it is in some ways a flag-like shape, but it's a flag-like shape with a really big base to it. So it's not a characteristic flag lot in the sense that it's not a skinny pole with a flag on top of it, but rather kind of almost like 2 rectangles opposed to each other. The Agarwal's lot is more of a classic flagpole configuration and does have the drive that you see on the far, it's the white gravel drive that is on the far eastern part of their neighbor's property to the south, and then kind of takes that L shape back to their home and farm. If you could go to the next slide. And this is a tight shot of that slide, which includes their their home, which is on the left-hand side of the drawing, a barn that is east of their home that's against the northern property line. And then this aerial was taken before it was in place, but a hoop house or greenhouse that's in that kind of beige rectangle area immediately south of their barn. And what they do is obviously they live there, but then they also operate their nonprofit organization that's called Watch Us Farm, which provides employment opportunities for developmentally disabled adults. And what they use agricultural pursuits and the making of home crafts as the vehicle for providing employment opportunities, training opportunities, and an opportunity for these individuals with developmental disabilities a place to work and grow and develop as people and as contributing members of society. And they earn not only job skills doing this, but they make interpersonal connections both with their supervisors and with their coworkers, and they earn a wage. And I can say from personal experience and observation, they make high quality goods. I'll give you an example. Inside the home, they weave fabrics, scarves, table runnings, throw rugs, various things on looms that occupy a portion of the house. And you can touch and feel the product that is made, and it's of the highest quality. And it's a real tribute to their dedication and to the training that they're getting. They also make greeting cards from that same location, and those greeting cards, you can see examples of those on their website. So that's kind of what they do inside the home. Outside the home, what they've traditionally done is teach cultivation of vegetables and produce, and have done that, including growing pumpkins and other organic vegetables. What they're seeking to do with the construction of the hoop house or greenhouse is to really extend the growing season for those same types of pursuits and be able to grow organic strawberries, herbs, blueberries, things of that nature inside the hoop house. And we are coming here in the posture of having the hoop house already constructed. And it was actually the attempt to have that house connected with electricity, I think, that led to the town really becoming aware that the structure was in place and that there needed to be remedial steps taken to put the proper approvals in place. Now, I can say from speaking with the Agerwalls and the steps they took immediately following, nothing was done with the intent of violating local zoning laws. And when they were made aware of the issues that they needed to take care of, they reached out to me, and really within a matter of days, Wayne convened a meeting, and we had a number of individuals with the town staff from various disciplines meet with us, go over what needed to be done, and a filing was made as quickly as possible to address the deficiencies on site. And I'll kind of hit the highlights of those. One of them is that the occupation, the home occupation of having the home crafts is permitted in the rural ag district as a use. So we're okay there. What is not permitted without a variance is that there cannot be more than one non-family member employee participate in that home occupation. We have more than one non-family member employee. And in our narrative, we describe, the numbers. Right now, we have 4 adults with disabilities, 2 team leaders that participate in those home-based occupations between 9 and 2, 3 days a week. We do anticipate that number could go up a little bit. and the way it's been phrased to me is that once we return to some level of normalcy, perhaps in the COVID era, more people might be interested in that. But right now it's at that 4 and 2 level. So that's the home occupation issue. And then the second variance is that we have more square footage for accessory structures than what we're permitted. The acreage for the entire property is 7.25 acres. And if you have in Zionsville, if you have a farm of 20 acres or more, then you're given latitude to have a greater accessory structure total. If you're fewer acres than that, even though you're in the ag district, you can't exceed the square footage of the principal structure. And so when you add up the square footage for the hoop house and the barn, which is immediately east of their home, the total of those two structures exceeds the square footage of the house. And so we would require a variance for that as well. And this, in my experience, is a unique request. And it's ironic, we were talking just briefly, although with humor, about whether the lady perhaps had a disability or a need to have the pool. And it's very similar to what we're asking for here, is that we are seeking, as part of the variance, really what we would call a reasonable accommodation, that the ordinance does not contemplate that the home occupation or that the accessory structure are used in connection with activities for those with developmental disabilities. And so we believe that while the use of the greenhouse for agricultural purposes is permitted, it's not permitted at this square footage. But what makes this unique is that by granting these variances, the activities of the acre walls and Watchus Farm reasonably accommodate the needs of those with developmental disabilities to have a place to work, and a place that is suited for their particular disabilities. It's a location that provides a family-like atmosphere. It's low intensity as far as noise and light, et cetera. And so it serves kind of an ideal need in the community for this type of an accommodation. I might also add that we've, as they rolled in over the last several days, we've provided letters to staff of those in support. There's a wide range of individuals in the community that are supportive. I wanted to draw special attention to two of those, which are our closest neighbors. Both signed letters in support, which are the property owner immediately south and against County Road 200. And then the property owner that you see in this screen right here, immediately southwest of us, has also signed a letter in support. They're also the same individuals that own the property immediately south of the farmstead. We do have two other variances that were legally established non-conforming use and cleanup matters. We do not have the necessary road frontage, and we would similarly, because of the lot's flag-like shape, we don't meet the dimensional variance for width to depth. So we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. David and Janice Agarwal are sitting right here with me. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have, and appreciate your consideration this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Price. As I'm trying to get my hands around all this, the SC, the 2021-49, that's an existing issue, correct?
It is. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, the home has been there for decades, 1974. But when we searched the county records for evidence that they had ever granted a special exception, we could not come up with that. And so in meeting with Janice and staff, they asked us if we would be willing to clean that up and just file for it, and we agreed to.
Yeah. So you've got that plus a couple other cleanup ones. So if and those are important, we want to make sure we're all compliant, but We're talking about the home occupation to allow for more than one non-resident. I think you articulated that well. And then the square footage, which we have seen in this zoning before. And that's, I think you also articulated that well. Those are the kind of the two ones that are new to us that are not.
Correct. Those
Okay.
those are the two that are somewhat not customary, but uniquely situated for this petition.
Okay, thank you. What questions do we have for Mr. Price?
This looks, from all I've seen, like a great engagement of the land and the people and what's being used. Is there, and we're focused only on the things you've raised, but in today's world, I ask the question because it appears that sometimes even good deeds look like in the end they're not good deeds. But is there any regulation in terms of the conditions under which these people work, they're paid, other things like that, that they may not be able to discern if it's good or fair or not? Is there any other agency that looks at that and makes sure that we're not having essentially involuntary service being provided, that sort of thing?
Janice, you want to speak to that? Let me introduce Janice Agarwal. You say your address.
I'm Janice Agarwal, 9906 East 200 South. I'm the owner and executive director of this. I'm also a physical therapist. There are no other programs currently in this area that is like us. Actually, it's kind of cool. We have places all over the country now that want to satellite this. The closest would be ARC or Janus or Noble, which use severely disabled people, and they pay them minimal wages, sometimes $1, $2. We start at minimum wage because we believe these kids should have dignity. And these are the kids that we have one of the best school systems. We have probably one of the best buddy programs in the country. And yet when these kids get out of high school, they stay in their parents' home because they can't handle the environment, and oftentimes they can't handle the jobs. So what we have done, I do this all over the world. We have taken an environment and we have made it user-friendly so that these kids can be successful in jobs. And what we've done is this is a pilot program that we would love to have 100 acres and do this bigger. So yes, we're small and certainly didn't mean to mess things up. But what we're building is a good thing. What we're building is hope for people in this community. And we are doing something different than what everyone else is doing because we're showing that these are real people and these parents are so grateful for that. And these kids, we've seen changes that are beyond anything you can imagine. Kids that don't talk, don't look at you, and they've lost job after job after job. They've been with us for a year, 2 years, 3 years. They're talking. I actually have to tell them to shut up. They're having real jobs. We were hoping to open someday a shop. They're weaving things that would just blow your mind. We just received a grant out of New Zealand that we're going to be international now because of what our kids are doing. These are kids that people just put to the curb because they couldn't figure out how to make them successful. In your planning committees, we're never going to look the same as anybody else. We can't, because the same is going to let them fail. So we are different. I did not know that a hoop house needed a variance. I had been working with Purdue University. Purdue is now actively working with us one-on-one as we put together a program. It is a non-permanent structure. And that we've worked with a guy who came down, built it. He has built almost every botanical garden in this country. He's 83 years old. Cisco Lunsford has a grandson with special needs. He's autistic. So as we were putting this hoop house together that was going to have plastic around it, he said, there's no way your kids are going to handle this. So we changed that. We still had a hoop house, but it's like making a blouse. We took a pattern and we made it extravagant so that people could be successful. We made a mistake there. But what we did was for the good of our community. If we fail, no one's going to do this again behind us. We need to be successful. That's a plea to you guys. We need to be successful because 1 out of 6 kids currently born is going to have some kind of special needs. This community is behind. We have every kind of community in Zionsville, but we have nothing for these kids with special needs. We need more. We need bigger. We need to take this bigger. But right now, this little pilot program is very successful.
Thank you. What other questions do we have for the petitioner or petitioner's representative? Do we have any members of our, would you like to say something?
If I may.
You may.
I'm David Agarwal. I also live at 9906 East 200 South. To answer Mr. Money's question, though, there are no real regulatory agencies that govern how we employ these young men and women. We are working to become a provider with the state so that we will be supervised by FSSA and BDRS through the state as a provider of services. So that's our next level step. We have our parents who are the parents of these young adults. They are our volunteers. So they're watching over these men and women in the group. So it's more of a family operation as opposed to a business in a sense, because we're trying to figure out how to make it work as a pilot program. I get choked up, I'm sorry. But if there are more questions on the regulatory side, I can answer those as well. We can kind of figure out where we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Are there any members of our community who want to speak for or against this particular petition? Thank you. May we have the staff report?
Yes, and I'll just reiterate, I think what these folks are doing is a great asset to the community. But I will start with the special exception. And this is like Mr. Price was saying, it's I guess to memorialize the legal nonconformity of the existing residence. Staff was in favor of that request. Then with the development standards variances, the more than one resident on the property. And I think staff was fine with that based on the narrative that the petitioner provided. The accessory square footage over the primary, staff was also favorable of that recommendation. And then the other two items, the 3-to-1 lot ratio and the road frontage, that's just an existing condition. So that's again to memorialize the legal nonconformity. And so staff was in favor of all those requests.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? So fellow board members, I think we have a lot of things that are very consistent with what we've seen. And I think we heard a very good narrative. I think the only thing that's interesting, that's especially unique, is the home occupation to allow for more than one non-resident. And as we think about our way through that, I think the narrative articulates the need for that because of the nature of the occupation. So I can get my way through that, no problem as well. But that's my thoughts. Any thoughts from fellow board members?
I'll just make sure we make it part of the discussion, the kind of, not so much the opposite, but the, I guess just a general concern. So several months ago, we have a basketball gym inside of a similar accessory structure on a similarly sized piece of property, which we got the similar type of commentary about how good it was and the kids love it and yada, yada, yada. But there was a core issue, is that they had third-party individuals coming in and giving classes to training to multiple other groups of participants. And as we worked our way through it, you're allowed to have a accessory structure larger than your house with certain approvals. Putting a basketball court in it was perfectly fine. If the homeowner as an individual wanted to go out there and give a class to some kids, he was allowed to do that as a home occupation. And if the kids wanted to invite 20 other kids over every single night to play ball all together, that was allowed. But once third-party individuals started giving lessons out of the facility, it moved it away from being a home occupation to a business. And it was a business that was creating a nuisance in the form of the traffic, which was mostly what the adjoining property owners were complaining about, noise and traffic. As good and needed as the programs they are providing, there's a core concern, is that they are actually, providing a service of some form and paying people for it. The good news is that the substance of what they are doing is compatible with how the property is zoned. Regardless of the people, the message, the programs, at its core, it is a nursery, primarily having employees who raise plants, flowers, whatever. There's a little side gig going on of some weaving and all that kind of stuff. But in general, the property would be allowed to have on a regular basis employees showing up and working in the facility to produce what is by the zoning of the property allowed to do, i.e. they could have all the staff they wanted to come in and help raise flowers every day. And that would, I think, be in compliance with how the property is zoned. So I think the good news is that while we have voted against other type of expanded home operations, this is one we maybe shouldn't consider it as much as a home operation, but just basically a functioning business that works in a certain different line. One caveat, what I would like to put our good old fashioned 5-year kind of sunset on this, so we have it come back and forth in front of us. A core concern, if you really are truly trying to expand, the expansion of something where you get up to 100 acres, it might be better that it gets vetted on the front end as to its use than the current situation we have here. Does that make any sense?
It does, Mr. Jones. I'm going to talk about a couple of those things. Wayne, I'm going to turn to you. Because I forget, or maybe you guys remember, the gym, was that a use variance?
That was a use variance.
Which is different than what we're seeing right now.
Correct. And that matter could have been filed much like this one as a variance of development standards of a home occupation. In the rural area, a home occupation is permitted in an accessory structure. That project pursued the filing via use variance. So it's two different ways to get the job done. Certainly in this particular case, or facilitate the public process, I should say more not so loosely. But certainly in this particular case, this is we jumped immediately to the home occupation discussion first as the method of the filing as suggested by staff because of all the characteristics that are being discussed.
Thank you, Wayne.
And this is a nonprofit versus our other instance was a third party coming in making money off of the.
Yeah, Mr. Lake, the distinction is very clear to me.
Yeah,
I mean,
just
yeah.
for note, I mean, since
So-
Larry brought it up, just.
Yeah, Mr. Price, could you come back for just a moment? Absolutely. Thank you, sir. I think Mr. Jones articulated one concern, and Larry, I'm assuming that it's specifically for the home occupation that you're, as we look at the different requests, the house is going to sit there on agricultural land. It's the home occupation.
Correct.
That, okay.
It's the variance we're providing to have more than one
non-resident. Yeah. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think we're worried about scale. And if this becomes a 25-person operation and becomes a lot of traffic, and then we have neighbors who are complaining and they're allowed to do this, I don't want to create additional burden or work for you or your client. But would you be agreeable to reviewing that particular request in 5 years so that we can understand if the scale if we need to adjust accordingly?
We would. I had the opportunity to speak just briefly with Janice as Mr. Jones was speaking, and I think that's a very sensible, balanced approach, and we would be agreeable to that type of a sunset.
Okay. 5 years appropriate?
Good to me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mr. Price. Thank you. Any other discussion amongst the group? If not, let's discuss. I'd entertain a motion on 49 first.
I move the docket number 2021-49-SE, a special exception petition in the agricultural district for the property located at 9906 East County Road 200 South be approved based on the staff report and the proposed findings.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Campens. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. If you review the recommended motion, they're pulled out separately individually, so this will be a little bit of a exercise in reading, but if no further discussion, I would entertain a motion on -50.
I move that docket number 2021-50-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to allow for more than one non-resident subject to the petitioner's narrative rural agricultural zoning district AG be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts with a 5-year sunset provision.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries.
I move that docket number 2021-50-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for the accessory square footage to exceed the primary by 6,780 feet, excuse me, in rural agricultural zoning district AG be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I got Mr. Mundy on that one. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries.
I move that docket number 2021-50-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for the allowed lot to exceed the lot width to depth ratio of 3:1 in rural agricultural zoning district AG be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. All those not in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries.
I move that docket number 2021-50-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for the allowed lot to have the reduced minimum frontage reduced to 25 feet in rural agricultural zoning district AG be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Again, thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Campins. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is docket number 2021-51-DSV for the property located at 866 East 400 South. Ms. Price, you need a break?
Thank you for the offer. The petition is for Pulte Homes, the Goodwin property. This is at County Road 875. Go to the first slide there, Joe. And there we've got it outlined. This property was recently rezoned to R2. And go on to the next slide. Shows its orientation to the Rockbridge subdivision, preserve at Spring Knoll. Go on to the next one. Kind of shows the general land use pattern in the area supporting the rezoning. Go to the next one. Then this is the layout concept plan that was submitted as part of the rezoning petition. This is in the rural R2 district, and the front yard setback, as it's articulated in that, the development standards associated with that district provide for the front yard setback, which is the greater of 20 feet or 70 feet from the center of the road, as the way it's expressed in the ordinance. And as the staff report analysis indicates, since I think 2014, the town has, I think, essentially viewed that standard as being one that envisioned either an unplatted lot or a lot that included part of the right of way in its legal description, but did not have a great deal of application to a modern residential subdivision. And so for various subdivisions in the R2 and R3 districts around town, it's become a matter of practice to seek a front yard setback. What the staff asks is that we would agree to a 25-foot setback for homes that have a front loading garage. in the staff report. We are amenable to that. That's the way the subdivision's actually been designed since its inception. So we respectfully request approval of the variance and welcome any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. We have seen this, not this particularly, but we've seen this issue in the past with other developments. And this is, your request is essentially identical to those developments we've approved in the past, correct?
Correct.
And just to clarify, the 25 feet on the front load, that was also consistent with those other developments as well?
It is.
Okay, understood. What questions do we have for Mr. Price?
At a previous meeting, there was some concerns from the property owners across 875, is that right?
Yes.
Did you get those addressed?
They're ongoing discussions. What we did in connection with the rezoning.
That was planning commission, wasn't it?
Yeah, we haven't seen this. So it's you guys pulling double duty.
Yeah.
Wrong meeting.
Put your BZA hat on.
Wait 2 weeks.
But yeah, what those primarily related to was screening. And we made commitments, verbatim commitments, actually, Janice, that were included in the rezoning ordinance. And then as part of the plan commission proceeding, then we'll be recording those commitments as well.
And the town council approved the rezoning earlier, October.
First Monday in October, the 4th, I believe. Yes.
Very good. Any other questions for Mr. Price? Are there any members of our public who wish to speak for or against? Oh my gosh, you've been here this whole time?
They knew I was here. They know I was gonna speak against it. They knew I wasn't going to. I thought you were gonna have all these lovely things.
So you know the rule.
Mr. Price go first since he had so many items on the agenda, and this has nothing to do with the garage. So, but in reality,
I do need your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're an expert now. You've been here all night.
I know. I'm Margaret Eady. I live at 3875 South, 875 East, Zionsville, Indiana. So my home, if you look on the diagram that's on the right where you see the entrance, my home is right across the street from the entrance. So if they go straight, they go in my driveway, pretty much. So I understand the reason kind of for the setbacks and that kind of stuff. But one thing that's a concern to me in these new housing additions, driveways are getting smaller and cars are getting bigger and cars are parking on the street. So even like when you go through Stonegate or any other subdivision, Spring Knolls, Rockbridge, there's tons of cars that are parking on the street. They're parking on both sides of the street. And so basically you're weaving in and out of the street because there's so many cars on there. So my only request is if this does get approved, I don't want it, but if it does get approved, I would like to see signage. So you're parking on one side of the street. So you're not basically driving down a single road. And I've also noticed in the other Pulte subdivision, Cobblestone, because I live on 875, there's a lot of cars that are parking really close to the entrance. So I would like to see a lot of signage that eliminate some of the parking that's close to the entrance of people going in. Because even if you look at this first section here, I could go straight in and I've got a lot of houses on that main thoroughfare. And if you have a lot of people that are parking there, it could be a hazard in case there's an emergency with a fire and that kind of stuff. So A, I don't want it to happen, but B, if it does, I would hope that we could implement some parking on this side only and restrict parking close to the entrances and that kind of stuff, just as a safety issue. That's my only concern about making
Thank you, Ms. Edie.
smaller driveways.
Yeah, thank you. That's a valid concern. Thank you for participating in tonight's conversation and for sticking them throughout the whole thing. Mr. Price, will you come forward, come back, please? Hi, I think the remonstrator has, oh, is there anyone else? Oh. I guess what I'm wondering is this an HOA thing, or where does this fall into the?
Yeah, for the record, David Compton, 11590 North Meridian Street, Vice President Land Acquisition of Pulte. By going to the 25-foot setback, I drive an F-150. I think Matt does too. The extended cab is just under 21 feet long, so we can park the cars, 2 cars in the driveway, 2 in the garage. Every one of the home plans that we're offering has a tandem garage or extra storage. So we feel very comfortable in the 4-car parking. We are willing to sign it, though. We think it's a good idea. We do it in some other communities to only allow parking on one side of the street. We would work with the town on that, on parking. But I think with the particular series, Mr. President, that we're offering, there'll be adequate, more than adequate parking as required by the town, by the oversized garages, having that extra space in the garage, which allows, to put your lawnmower to one side, bikes, in my case, a beer refrigerator, and those great wheeler totes, one for recycling and one for your regular trash, and still have room for 2 cars in the garage. And then with that setback of 25 feet, we should be good on the driveways.
Okay, so you would be okay with trying to encourage parking on one side via signage?
Yes.
Okay, and then I guess the other thing I'm lost here. Like you can't park right by an entrance or exit, right? What is the rule there? What's that?
Not sure.
You're not supposed to, but in a lot of the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
There is no sign that says no parking here to corner. And if you go off of 875 and into Cobblestone, there's 2 houses that are right by the entrance and they don't have that divider. And there are cars that are parked right. I mean, you can turn and if you're going too fast, you can hit them going in and there's cars that are parked between the driveway and the street, and you literally have to go around to get to the road.
Yes.
So I don't know if that's something the city has to enforce or whatever, or if it's a lack of signage because there's like no yellow paint on the curb or anything like that.
So
That could just be a lack of knowledge of where you should.
in Stonegate, we even had to take and do a yellow stripe by some of the stop signs because we had people parking fairly big trucks right up at the stop sign. And so people would be coming through the neighborhood and blow through the stop sign and be like, well, I couldn't see it. It was, and you really couldn't see it. Common sense says it's a 4-way stop in the neighborhood. But I think in particular lots 39 and 40 would probably want to have some no parking signs in front of them with people coming in and kind of funneling in and then having to try and dodge cars while you're coming in. But I agree the depth 25 foot is sufficient.
Okay.
I'd say, at least judging from my own neighborhood though, so many of the vehicles you see there have got a trailer behind it with mowers in it, or a trailer behind it they're doing work. And these are people that are there maybe from 7:30 or 8 in the morning until the afternoon. And if you don't have signage, they're going to park where they want to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're agreeable to add some signage to help alleviate parking concerns to keep them as much as you can. You're not the local parking enforcement agency, but you'll add signage to put them on one side of the street and away from the entrances.
Yes, sir. And we'll coordinate that with the town staff to make sure that it's in where they want to have it.
Okay.
And certainly just clarifying that point, certainly as this property in this area is rural, the county commissioners would have the authority over the road system until such time that it is transitioned, the entire area is transitioned to the town. So certainly working with staff is a good step, but ultimately any enforcement of those signs, placement in the right of way, all those potentially managed by the county commissioners, depending if they waive that particular responsibility.
Yeah, we can only do so much.
We had no parking signs added next to Stonegate Elementary because when parents would park on both sides, a fire truck couldn't get through.
Yeah.
And we had to go to the commissioners and they have to specifically approve that via rule. So you just can't plop a no parking sign wherever you want to. Much to our dismay.
Okay, understood. I think the petitioner's representative has agreed to help with the parking issue. Is there any, we had public comments. We need the staff report.
Thank you. Mr. Price did a fine job of speaking as to what the request is. The only thing I would like to add is that some of the topics being discussed here regarding signage and things like that, this project still has to file for its primary plat and development plan approval. So those topics will be vetted and discussed through that process.
Good point.
So other than that, staff is in support of this requested variance with the caveat that we would still recommend 25 feet as opposed to the petition file request of 20 feet. So staff is in support of a 25-foot setback.
Okay. Roger, thanks for calling that out. What is in front of us is a 20-foot setback unless it's a front-facing garage and it's 25 feet. Correct. Okay. Staff would prefer 25 feet, but what we've done in the past is 20 feet and 25 feet.
Yeah, I think Mr. Kilmer is saying the same thing.
Okay.
Yes.
Am I splitting? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Then I'll stop talking. Any further discussion amongst the group? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
I move that docket 2021-51-DSV, a petition for development standard variance to establish a front yard setback of 20 feet or 25 feet, depending upon the load of the garage, for a single-family residential development be approved based on the findings of fact and based upon the staff report and presentation.
I second.
We good?
Yeah, I think the understanding is 20 feet unless it's a front loading garage, in which case it's 25.
Yep, I think we discussed. Thank you, Ms. Campus, for the second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you for the hearing tonight.
With nothing else on our agenda except for other items to be considered, which is the signing of the updated BZA rules. I noticed they're placed in front of me and the changes have been highlighted in red.
There's only one, right?
There's only one, it's the sign it. Oh, there's the electronic meeting policy too.
Yeah, added the signage, about putting that on the petitioner and then the electronic meeting policy.
Is that coming down?
Yeah, you want us to sign a copy that you have?
Yes.
I mean, we can use. mine
Yeah,
if you want.
I've got a copy too. We can use, I didn't know if you
We'll
had-
use one of ours.
two in
It's just
here.
the last page. Yeah.
I think she's wanting a copy that doesn't have the red in it.
The signature page doesn't have.
Yeah, but I got two different.
Yeah, signature page has red on it. On all
Yes.
ours. Yeah.
Found one. Where's the other?
Or we can sign it and we can scan it in black and white.
Yeah, so just one signature then.
Because your scanner has a black and white or a
Yes,
color setting.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
If that changes, I'll just have. you
all right. So we got
sign it
Steve's
again.
copy. We're signing his copy. So it's down at John's.
I think I have all the findings of facts here. Findings of facts.
Do we have that last one?
No.
Findings of fact for the
Yeah, it
last.
should be
petition,
one
please.
last one.
You give them back tips.
Ron, did we get the Hager walls too? 'Cause I had 4 different.
What?
Hager walls had. Okay, so we should have 5 of them.
Yeah.
Larry.
These are coming back the other way?
Thank you, staff, everyone.
I got a quick question. Do we want to try to have any kind of discussion about this issue that kind of boiled up about, drainage?
Well, before we have any discussion, we are still on the record, but I think most of our public assumes we're not here and we shouldn't have discussions without the public engaged. Is that
Not,
correct?
I'm saying something separate of whatever we're doing. Just to get a little clarity on it, because it seems divisive, little.
I think this is a great opportunity to encourage maybe a little presentation by DPW to speak to what exactly it means to, if each lot were to provide an on-site infiltration system. This is probably a good moment to encourage that, maybe by the end of the year, see if we can get that up scheduled.
Okay. I would support that.
Those are all the sustainable things that we should be encouraging in every development, bioswales and
No further items to be discussed. This meeting is adjourned.